My bad. I read that the wrong way. I still haven't got mine pulled out? Me neither. What happened to Skratsx? What? Am I frozen? Hello? Hello? It went out for a bit? Are we good? I didn't drop any frames. What happened? Yeah, you went out. I'm looking at my OBS, and I didn't drop any frames or anything. The time didn't even restart. He better not be on another dinner date. Are we good? Oh, just start and restart it. It did here. Interesting. Are we good? Can you see me? Yo. Okay, I see you now. Okay. If you don't reset it, it'll fuck up the OBS. I'm not resetting it. It's fine. It's happened before. But look what's in now. Look what's in. The laugh emote. It's in now. Yes, sir. Interesting. I think we're good now. Let me just check on my end. Morning, fellers. What's up, Barrel? What's up? Okay, I know how he's sneaky until I pull up in the restaurant. The doc also joked around with me. He was like, we do the exact same thing here with the exact same equipment, but you don't have to donate your house. Yeah, I wish it was like that here, you know? It's crazy how much it costs. $4.90 a tooth, and you have to get all four? That's insane. Yo, what up, Glitch? What up? What's up? He even got second with the other guy. You only got one plate. Damn. I don't get it either. He told me we could only afford one plate. I think it's because you know, yesterday you were having like an existential crisis, Snow. You know what I'm saying? Bang! Oh, yo, what up, Feeve? I'm not going to lie, Feeve. Your MLB stream yesterday, there were moments where I was in tears. I'll be working and lurking, much love. There were moments in his stream yesterday, I was in tears. It was so funny. I was in tears. I now understand why people are moving to nations like India and Bali, especially the remote workers. They can afford absolute luxury. Yeah, it was so funny. It was so funny. When you were trying to position the bat in the middle, and you were like, how is he still not hitting this? And before you had the automatic base running on, God, I was in tears. That was so funny. We lead in medical development, but it's so expensive. Bro, yeah. That's way too damn much, bro. Like a punch in the face is free and quick. True. Like, what are we doing? That was so funny. Greed is a bitch. Yes, it is. I'll position the bat in the middle. Oh, God, the base running in all them games. Yeah, so he didn't have automatic base run on. And so he was like, run to the next base. Oh, it was great. Oh, I was in tears. I was laughing so hard, man. God, that was great. We are definitely ran by greed. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Excited to play tonight? I'll be there. I will be there. I haven't played a baseball game since I think like MLB The Show. Not MLB The Show. What's that MLB game in like the 90s? On the lighter side, now everything I taste will be garbage. I don't think I'll ever experience such flavorgasm again. True. It got ruined. Yo, why did it just say I'm live again? I've ended up with two people on third base. I don't know how many times. I can see it. I can see how it was after watching yesterday. I've never played MLB The Show. I haven't played a baseball game since PlayStation 1. Like, it's been a long time. And I only used to play the home run derby on that. And I'd always play with Barry Bonds or Griffey. That was it. But God, it was funny. That was so funny yesterday. It was so funny. Good thing my mom got that Tiana Trump in here, or I would still have 32 teeth. Yeah, I know your mom's wallet's hurting, right? Like, Road to the Show is one of the best things to play if you're into baseball. The only baseball game I played was Redneck Jamboree on the Wii. It had a stick ball and mini game. Yo, I didn't count Wii Sports Baseball. Wii Sports Baseball was a different story. That was competitive. You know, any Wii Sports game, basketball, boxing, any of them. I played those. That's about it. That's about it, though. I'm not really into baseball, but I kind of want to try MLB The Show. It looks really fun. I used to go crazy on tennis. Tennis was so fun. I was goated at Wii Boxing, no joke.
Oh! A jawbreaker!
That sound is just too funny to me, man. Wii Boxing was so fun. Until you meet that, that bald black guy in there with the beard that was good in every single one of the games? That motherfucker. To turn this on to lightning. Thank you. There we go. Too good. Too good. Man, I love that game. I can't believe people hate on that Morant clip. Yeah, people are weird, man. That shit was so funny. That's what I thought. I thought it was hilarious. But there's always I recognize most people think it's funny. It's just it's hard not to notice those the Johnny Rainclouds of the world, Not that I respond to them. I'm pretty good at not responding. Sometimes I'll just delete the shit because I don't want the vibes ruined, But if I find it funny, it's getting posted. I don't care what anyone said. If I think it's funny, it's going up. And it'll probably go up again later. I think oral surgeons are bad people, personally. I'm telling you, what I was thinking is if they were basically manhandling you yesterday, right? Bro, it's snowflake country, don't you know? True. I thought winter was over though, Thought we were starting to warm up. If they were manhandling you and being rough while you were awake, imagine how rough they are when you're asleep and they're pulling wisdom teeth.
I beg your pardon?
Yo, what up, Justin? What up? Winter is coming. No, winter is over. Well, almost. It's over now, right? When's spring solstice happened already? Yeah, a week ago. It's over. Winter's done. Dunzo. It is over. What's up? How are you? How are you? I'm still getting used to your new username. I'm still getting used to it. Good. How are you? Pretty good. Done shoveling? Yeah, I've never had to shovel snow in my life. Me too. Yeah. They probably would have called other surgeons in there to punch on me. I'm who the fuck is that? Yeah, I'm I want to say king, but then everyone in chat will be who the fuck is he talking to? It does make it easier now that we have two kings, though. There's two of you. Y'all can shovel me anytime. I've never lived in conditions where I've had to get a snow shovel. That's sort of the reason I changed. I can see that. There could only be one. Damn. That's true. Or you could have just changed your font color and I'd have been Blue King or something like that, I'd have called or King Blue. Something like that. It works though. It works. What about a snowblower? Never used that either. Never used that either. The only thing I've had is a leaf blower. And I barely use that. I really, I can blow your snow. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Chat lied to me about Burger King. I tried it last night. And I'm pretty sure, I don't think I have food poisoning because I'm not super sick today. But God, yes, last night was horrible. It was horrible. Yeah, chat lied to me. What did you order? Just a Whopper. I had to see. Burger King is only good in the AM. Is breakfast the only good thing? I guess you can't trust Open BK in the morning. Okay. The song is better than the food. Yeah. See, I got this. That's what I got. Not good. Not good. Like, it was okay tasting, right? But then, like, almost instantly, sick. Burger King is the worst out of the fast food places. Like, it was, man, just takes a while for lunch. Everything will be fresh. I probably got old food because you ordered the Whopper. What was I supposed to get? Like a chicken sandwich? Had the Texas double Whopper last night. How was it? Like, what would you give it? There's no, like, so what I'm saying is I can't allow that to be an S rank restaurant. Because, like, if I'm getting a chicken sandwich, fish fillets from McDonald's are a banger. I do not like those. I'll be honest with you. My Lev gets them and my mom gets them. And I just don't. Just go to Wendy's, man. Yeah, Wendy's is safe. 5 or 6 out of 10. Yeah, that's about what I'm saying. I agree with that. There's no way I can allow that to be S rank, you know. Actually, let me pull this up. Where is it? My account. Let me just do this. I'm doing this to correct it. This right here. How come it won't let me? Oh, it won't let me move it. It's not letting me. Hold on. We're fixing this. I don't care what happens. Photoshop it out. I have to. I have an idea. Wendy's spicy chicken with cheese. I don't get cheese on it, but the spicy chicken's fire. It's stuck like that? Yeah, it won't let me move it. Where is it? Hold on, I'm correcting this. I will have this corrected. It's down here. Exactly. That's exactly how I feel about that. Thank you for the redemption, Bean Man. Thank you. There it is, exclamation mark Bean. Love it. Here we go. We're doing this the right way. Since I can't correct it on the website, we're doing it here. Let's get a brush. Yeah, that's good. Let's get big red right here. And can I make it bigger? We're going 8. There we go. Bean, we love you. Exactly. This can go here. There. I fixed it. That is the new rating after yesterday's experience. There we go. It has been fixed. I can't allow that to stay an S. All right, guys, I'm going to head out to work. We'll be lurking when I get there. Have a good day at work, Barrow. I appreciate you. Checks out. Yeah. I think that's better. That is better. I had to correct that after yesterday. What's up, my babies? Yo, what's up, Gravity? I was just fixing last week's tier week biggest mistake of moving Burger King in S tier. I had to move it. I couldn't allow it to stand after I tried it. And got sick from it. What was that? Here it is. Burger King was in S. I couldn't allow that to be there. I tried it yesterday and felt like I had food poisoning afterwards. Let me color this in just so it's a little more aesthetically pleasing. There we go. Oops. Never mind. Yeah, I couldn't let that stand. You know, couldn't allow it. Like at all. What else did I do? I've also been working on potential new screens for like starting and stuff like that. And so I've been messing around with Midjourney. And you know I like Funkos. So I made this last night. You know? So I'm thinking about maybe having this as an in screen or something like that. I'm not sure where to put it yet. But I'm slowly working on stuff. Burger King over Little Caesars? No. That's the perks talking, Snow. That's the perks. That is the Percocets. You know? Still a little. How you make that? It's fire. I've been using Midjourney, which is an AI art. And so I just kind of put in a prompt and it gave me 4. The perk was fake, but he hated it. They gave me 4 different ones, and that was the best one out of it. I also have a Lego one, but it's too light skinned, so I didn't use it. This is the other one I made, but it's too light. Have you seen my dad Funko? Like this one's cool, but it doesn't match my my skin complexion. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a gremlin. Yeah. Good reference. You know, so I couldn't use that one. It's cool, but not for me. Yo. But so that may pop up as a screen. I'm still working on other ones. I don't know what the other 2 I want to be, but I'll figure it out. We'll get it figured out. So I have to make like 2 more. I have to figure out how to animate it. That's the hard part too. I'll post them in the cord. Okay. Let me see. I can close this. Make a Skratsx twerking BRB screen. Let's see if Midjourney can generate that. I'll try it. Let me see. See what we get. Let me take the Funko one. Actually, we'll do it like this. Let's see. You know what idea I had? I wanted a whole minute 30-second anime intro from our starting soon screen. I wish I could make that. Also, how you been lately, homie? Everything Gucci? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good overall. Everything's pretty good overall. I've been kind of busy with work stuff, but other than that, like I've been good. Like even work stuff's been good. Of me in a Spartan suit giving people the business. That would be cool. General, got you. Just going out for smokes. Oh, man. My dad. That's glorious. That is great. You know, you need this one to complete the collection. It's good to hear, man. You know, we got to check on Papa Skratsx's well-being. Yo, my dad's a pop. He is. Yeah, I'm good. For photography, I can't really talk too much about it, but I won an award for my area for being the best. And I get to like actually post about it in April, like sometime in April, but won an award for that, which is cool. You know, it's always cool. Completely unexpected because I didn't submit for anything, but you know, that was always cool. And now that it's like getting warm again, work is picking up a lot. And so now I used to schedule everything early. You've always been the best. Yo, I appreciate that. Award-winning streamer, man. Yes, sir. Who is ringing my doorbell? I can hear them talking outside. Oh, the food delivery person's arguing outside of my door on the phone. I can hear it and I'm watching her. Oh, she got fed up and walked off. Okay, she got fed. Share screen. Let me play it back. I have to wait for it. I have to wait for it to load in. Hold on. She fine? I couldn't really tell. Her hat made her face really shadowy. She looked thick though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll be honest there. Did she at least leave you the package? Yeah, I think she got tired, but she said it. So my screen door opens out. It doesn't open in, right? And she set it to where the door's gonna hit the food. Unfortunately. I didn't order that though, so it's not mine. It's probably Lev's. Looked like she scratched her butt on cam. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let me see. Let me download this clip and I'll put it in Discord. Hold on. We're gonna zoom it in. Can I download this? It was actually funny. I wonder if you can hear her arguing over the camera, because sometimes it doesn't get the audio. I heard someone use Lev as an insult last night. Did they? Damn, so you saw her butt? She was standing sideways, and it looks like she gave it a little scratch. Lev arguing with the DoorDasher. I can see her doing that. That'd be so funny. I can see her doing that. It's downloading, by the way. You can't see it, but it's downloading. It was on the show Shadow and Bone. I need that clip. I need to find that. Let's see. You should give her a little scratch, you know what I mean? Probably. Wait. This is something different. What is this? The Grishaverse. I had to find it. It was on the last episode of the new season. Okay, I'm literally going to sort through it just so I can find that. I've never seen the show, but I'm going to sort through it. I'll see if I can find it for you. Thank you. That'd be great. I've never even... What is this on? What is Shadow in the book? Because I typed it and they gave me something about Grishaverse and I have no idea what this is because this is the image I got. It says that's Lev. Netflix? Oh. It's probably because I haven't used Netflix in forever. Sometimes I forget I still have a subscription to Netflix. Did it download? I need to use that more. I canceled my Netflix. Fuck them. Yeah, I always forget that I have it until they do something that makes everybody mad. BRB, you gotta find the timestamp. Okay. I can go to the timestamp and I only have mine because of T-Mobile. It comes with my T-Mobile phone. They didn't give me mine. Do you guys have like a family plan that it comes with? Because I didn't get it. I didn't get mine at all. Weirdly enough. Magenta Max. I don't have Magenta Max. I looked at it and I was like, BRB, okay. I looked at Magenta Max and was like, yeah, I don't really see how it's worth it. For me. I think you can get MLB TV for a year for free with T-Mobile. Same as fuck. Yeah, like, I looked at it because I realized I wasn't getting premium data anyway. Ain't nobody watching baseball. I only watch sometimes during the playoffs. That's about it. You know? That's about it. Because my dad was a Dodgers fan. But, I don't know. I haven't watched that much. I've tried. The premium data is a fucking scam. Yeah. So they told me initially when I had my 12 Pro, my iPhone 12 Pro, that I was getting premium data. And then I looked at mine and my plan and it said I didn't give it. I'm handing out fades to baseball haters. I think it's because I didn't really grow up watching it a ton. I grew up watching a lot more basketball. I don't necessarily hate baseball. I've just never watched it. Like, I heard the World Baseball Classic was going on recently, and there was a lot of hype about that. But I don't know. I didn't get to watch too much of it. If any X Games or bowl game for football or the Olympics, I'm not watching, to be honest. That makes sense. I grew up watching a lot of soccer. My friend's trying to get me into soccer, but I got Magenta Max only because I got 2 Pixel 7 Pros for $100. Yeah, that's a good deal, though. But I had regular Magenta, and they were charging me like $150. And I didn't really understand like the benefits of me having it, so I downgraded. I think right now I have just basics because I use Wi-Fi most of the time. And like all my music is downloaded onto my phone from Spotify. Like I don't really pirate music, but you know. So I don't really feel the need to get Max as of yet. But my friend's trying to get me into soccer. I just haven't. There's like rules and stuff that I just don't get yet. You know? Like I've started to understand the offside rule and stuff like that, but it's hard for me to follow what team to like choose what teams to root for because there's so many. I think that's the reason why like American sports are easier for me to follow, right? It's a fun and easy game to understand. I think American sports are easy for me to follow because there's less teams, right? And so I was born and raised a Lakers fan. I'm not with all that running. Like I was born and raised a Lakers fan, so that was easy. I was an early Falcons fan, so that made it easy. But there's only one league for me to choose from. Whereas like with soccer, there's a lot of leagues, you know? And so Lakers Kobe era, goated, yeah. Like as a kid, I grew up and saw three championships, you know? That was pretty easy to get me. You know, and then I went through a really painful period, and then I got 2 more finals. So, real easy. Then my brother tried to scare me this morning. He texted me, why LeBron gets suspended? And I was like, what are you talking about? So I had to look. It's the leagues. I watch LM, which means all the teams are from Mexico. Okay. Because I know, what are the leagues? Champions League, Europa? Or is that a tournament? Fuck LeBron. What? Suspended for being a bitch. He's just old, Snow. He's just getting old. He's just getting old. Then you have European, which I'll never watch because English commentary is boring. That is one thing I learned watching the World Cup. The Spanish commentators are so much better. So much better than the English ones. He always been a bitch. I wish what America did, Europa is the European. Okay. What I wish what we did for English is got like Mike Breen. You know, like Mike Breen, the NBA announcer? Yeah, they're goal. Those calls, great. Absolutely great. We just don't have that in soccer. You know? Basketball, I feel, has our best announcers. Basketball, by far, has our best announcers, I think. We don't have the passion for it? True, we don't. Jawbreaker and Bang. Yeah, just the best ones. They're just too good. I guess it's because we just don't care like that. You know, that may be it. That may be why. Because Americans just don't really care about it. Unfortunately. I wish they did. Baseball is also super big in South America. Yeah, I feel like much of U.S. sports is rigged. I can see how people would think that. Like Mexico downward. I saw in the World Baseball Classic that, what was it? Was it Dominican Republic was playing Cuba? Or was it Puerto Rico that was playing Cuba? One of those. But they were talking about how it was like a huge rivalry. Okay, last episode starts at like 49:30. The new king is talking to the old advisor, who is often described as a rat, like conniving. Okay, I'm getting it. I will grab that sound. Let me put it in my notes so I remember. Boom. Lav insult. Puerto Ricans can play the fuck out of baseball. A lot of them, like, a lot of Dominicans are pretty good. Like, I think there's a lot of Dominicans in MLB. Puerto Ricans. A lot of Like the Hispanic population in general is pretty good. Pretty good. Lots of Hispanic countries producing a lot of baseball talent. Yeah. Like the farm system and everything from there is pretty good. They're pretty good. You know? That's all I really know, though. But I also don't know a lot of names anymore. I used to know some of the stars, but like once, because I watched not Babe Ruth. I watched Barry Bonds do his thing. You know? And so I was watching the home run chase. But then I didn't really like how they was talking about Barry Bonds, and that kind of like turned me off of it. Soccer and baseball are the cheapest sports to play? Yeah, because all you really need is like a ball and a stick. I got no talent, just twisting. Almost all those backstories are like he got good at baseball to get out of the mud. Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot of sports stories in general. Especially if you watch ESPN. ESPN during any sports draft loves those stories. They love those. He was really poor as a kid. He had to walk to school with one shoe on, and kids used to bully him. But he kept playing basketball or football or baseball. Hockey's pretty goated. I liked watching it ever since I watched a guy get body checked through the plexiglass, but he got destroyed. The only time I watched hockey was like a couple of years ago when the Florida Panthers were in. But I don't know. Hockey never got me. I tried it, but it never like pulled me in, you know? I think it's also because I used to watch SportsCenter a lot, right? And it stopped being on SportsCenter when they lost the deal. And so when it stopped being on SportsCenter, Mighty Ducks on Disney, I never really watched it. I never really watched Mighty Ducks as a kid. Weirdly enough. Like some kids I know watched it, even like the non-cartoon movies, but I never really got into it. Weirdly enough. I've heard it's great though. But I remember it used to come on so back in the cable days, in the early cable days for me, Toon Disney used to be free on weekends. Emilio, is that a reference? Is that in Mighty Ducks? I'd imagine so. I have no idea. But I remember Toon Disney used to be free, and that show used to come on with like the Gargoyle show. Mighty Ducks 2 theatrical release day was the day my grandfather died. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that. But I remember that the cartoon would come with like the Gargoyle show, Darkwing Duck. I don't know if you remember that show. Darkwing Duck was fire. But it would always come around like with those. The coach was played by Emilio Estevez. Oh! That show was goated. Gargoyles was so fucking goated. Yeah. But so I think it would come on like right before, so I'd always miss that one. Inspector Gadget, fucking love that show. I was in the theater waiting for it to start when my aunt came and got my mom and me. Damn. And anytime I think of him, that's what I hear in my head. Emilio! They lied about KFC too. I'm not gonna lie, Reg. Where was it? Let me see where it was rated again. D tier. It could probably move to like B or C. But Burger King doesn't belong in S, so I had to fix that. You know? I had to. What did you get from BK? A Whopper. And almost instantly felt sick upon consuming it. It was not. But then I was told I should have got a chicken sandwich from there. That's your own fault. I was told I should probably get like a chicken sandwich. But if I'm getting a chicken sandwich from Burger King, I should just go somewhere else. Right? That's your own fault, dumbass. Should have got a Bacon King. Okay. Well, maybe like 3 years from now, I'll try it again. No, a quad stacker. What is that? What's a quad stacker? 4 patties? See, I feel like more patties. A 4 patties doesn't fix my issue, though. You know? Shut up, bitch. Get the chicken sandwich. 4 patties, 4 cheeses, bacon. On a shit river. Like, I just feel like this is just more of the burger that gave me the issues, you know? You know? It does, like, the picture makes it look really good though, I'm not gonna lie. Like the picture Burger King they got, it's a nice looking one. But I don't know. The Stacker burgers are different patties than the Whopper. Oh. Okay, maybe I should get that one. We'll try it. I would need a knife and a fork for that. I don't think it's that. Let me look at the video. Someone ate it. Let me mute the tab because I'm not actually interested in his thought. Yeah, it doesn't look that big. See? Go to a different BK. You got to wash it down with a Coke Icy. A Coke Icy would be good. Like I do like ices. I'm cool with that. I didn't get an icy. Perfect combo? Okay. Maybe I'll try it again. Not today though. But like maybe like in 2 weeks ish. I need some time to distance yesterday's experience from my mind. That's the thing about fast food. The results are always different depending on the day and location. True. Yo, bruv, how's your day? Pretty good, Karen. How are you? Yeah, give it a week. Yeah, I can't have it again this week. Good. You know, I need some time to distance myself from the trauma that I experienced yesterday. I need to recoup, you know? I need to recoup. Yesterday was an experience. So, howdy, partner. I like the rage emo. What happened? So, yesterday, you know how chat hyped up Burger King during that tier list? I decided to give it a try and almost instantly started suffering. Almost instantly. Oh no, not Burger King. Yeah. And so I almost instantly started suffering to the point where I had to make this correction. Look at this. I had to move it down myself. What you get? A Whopper. That's it. That's it. Just the Whopper. You know, and instantly. And I was told that was my mistake. He came in swinging. Yeah. I was not happy. Why? I was just trying to see if it was worth the hype. And it definitely, like, I was lied to. Yeah, I gave Burger King an F back in 1989. Whoppers are trash? Yeah, I know now. I know. I was told to get a chicken sandwich or a quad stacker. But I feel like if I'm going to get a chicken sandwich, there's too many places to go to for a chicken sandwich, you know? Like if I'm ever like, yo, I'm really wanting a chicken sandwich, Burger King's probably what, 5th? Like 5th on the list? No cheese on the burger, red flag, foul. That's the other thing that I should have taken as a red flag. When I'm ordering it, it's extra charge for cheese. It's an extra charge for cheese, even though the menu item said cheeseburger. Chimkin. I just like their crispy chicken sandwich. Chimkin sandwich. I just feel like if I'm getting a chicken sandwich, right, there's multiple places I should go before I go to Burger King for a chicken sandwich. You know what I mean? You got like Popeyes, Chick-fil-A. I think even KFC has a chicken sandwich. You know? Yeah, like Popeyes. I'm definitely going to Popeyes. There's the second best for me. Even Wendy's chicken sandwich is pretty good. They're a spicy one. So, Church's got a chicken sandwich. Do they actually? Hear me out about the BK Classic chicken sandwich. Why is it long? That's a good question. Oh, you know who else? Well, you guys didn't vote Wingstop high, but Wingstop has chicken sandwiches too. I retried Burger King Whopper last year. They gave me yellow lettuce and the patty crumbled apart on the first bite. I have to try Church's chicken sandwich. I have to try that one. Yeah, I wouldn't To put it in your mouth the long ways. True. They want you to have like a different experience with that one. You know? They really want you to have an experience. Yeah, for the throat goats. Mine's golden. Y'all Burger Kings just suck. Maybe that's it. Deep throat that sandwich. Exactly. I heard what the long way? Have you not seen a Burger King chicken sandwich? Burger King chicken. Yep, love wings too. Wingstop chicken sandwich as well. They have so many flavors for it. Yeah. Like, I had the garlic parm one. That one was so good. Only way to find out. It's this. Up. This. You see, like, it's a long chicken sandwich. It's long. A chicken sandwich the long way. You know? And they want you to eat it the strong way. Just go for it. They want you to just absolutely demolish it. You know? I don't know. Maybe I'll revisit it. Gobble it. Exactly. It's so weird they opened like 9 new BKs in my area the past 2 years. The thing that's crazy, I just typed in a random list and apparently Burger King has the best one. Apparently they have the number one. Yeah, I don't get the long one. I get this one, the one that's rated number one best over Popeyes. That's a lie. Damn. And I work there? I told you. Yup. Paid review. You think so? So it says Burger King over Popeyes over chicken sandwich. Ain't no way. Over KFC. I've never had Bojangles. Over Chick-fil-A. I think Popeye should be 1 and BK 2. Popeye's chicken sandwich is good. Cane's should be lower. I'm not gonna lie. The reason this chicken sandwich is so high is because of the sauce. Oh, there is Church's right there. I've never had Jollibee. I've never had a Sonic chicken sandwich. Cane's is average at best. Yeah, it's just the sauce. It's the sauce. Damn. Arby's has a chicken. This looks like a sad chicken sandwich. And then Wendy's the last. Damn. The picture makes it look good. I guess, you know. Sonic chicken sandwiches are mid as fuck. I did not know they had a chicken sandwich. The Arby's one looks. This is a very sad looking sandwich. Cane sandwich isn't even a sandwich. Yeah, they just put chicken strips on bread. If they were smart, they would not use a bun for it. They just use the Texas toast. Sad Arby's. Yeah, it looks so sad. That's such a sad looking sandwich. That's wild. Who knew? Who knew Burger King hit a home run with this review? Let me look at another list. That's Taste of Home. And then we'll look at what's another reliable one. Who's another? Eat This, Not That. Love that. That's a good. How's Arby's still in business? They suck. There's a lot of businesses where I don't understand how they're still open. Oh, it's because they have the meats. Was that the sad sandwich Sad Kiana was eating? I think so. We had an Arby's and it shut down. Same here. Okay, so this list is way different. Let me look at this other one. That's Eat This, Not That. And then, okay. Money laundering front. There's several restaurants. Like, how is Long John Silver's open? You know? Who goes to Long John Silver's? But I see them. So this site says Popeyes is number one. They really that bad? I've never had Arby's. I've never had them. Ever. So they say Popeyes has the best chicken sandwich on this one. And this is called Eat This, Not That. So it has to be good. Second, spicy deluxe from Chick-fil-A. Then a regular spicy. Then KFC. I haven't had KFC in forever though, so I can't talk about that. Popeyes and KFC sandwiches are fire. I haven't had KFC in a long time. This is a sad looking sandwich. The McChicken, but I've heard good things about the McChicken. But it kind of looks kind of, I don't even know if I'd say sad. The old 5 roast beef and cheddar for $5 kept me going some days. Were they good? Or is it just like you eat it out of necessity? Oh, there's the Wendy's one. Very filling. There's the Burger King one at number 7. Chick-fil-A is good, but I don't have that. I don't have that project taste to it. That's good. It doesn't taste like it was made in the hood, you know. Not good, but I like being alive. Yeah. Then there's Wendy's. This one looks sad too. It looks like someone made it, then punched it down the middle. Exactly. The ratings go up depending on the hunger level the reviewer at. Probably. I feel like if you're going to do a food review, you should not eat all day. And that should be the first thing you eat, right? You know, when you're peak starving. And then let me know. This is a long sandwich. Shake Shack has a chicken sandwich? Like if you're starving, a saltine craving is great. Yeah. Like that's the hunger level we should be at. You know? That's the hunger level we should be at when we do food reviews. No, I ate breakfast this morning. You know? You got to go to KFC and get their chicken sandwich extra sauce. I don't even know if I have a KFC near me. That's probably one of the reasons why. So Popeyes is first here, then Chick-fil-A, then KFC, then Wendy's. I didn't know Culver's had one. McDonald's. Burger King. White Castle has chicken sandwiches? Spicy chicken sandwich? That's all I get when I get chicken sandwiches. I don't get the regular ones. But if you're starving, then it'll taste good because you're so hungry. Right. What you do is, right, you document it that day, and you do the same thing with all of them. Do they have a Farmer Boys near you? The top 3 are accurate as fuck. Which one were these? Popeyes, Chick-fil-A, KFC. I have to try KFC's, but I love Popeyes and Chick-fil-A's. Farmer Boys restaurant. I have to make sure to put that in there. Locations. I think it's only in California, isn't it? Put my zip in. Isn't that a golf place? Popeyes is good? Yeah. Why do we always end up talking about food? No idea. Yeah, White Castle. Yes, I don't have one by me. Unfortunately. It looks as if they stop. The furthest east that they go is Arizona. Like I'm looking at the map, and this is it. Yeah, they don't move over. The real question is which of y'all motherfuckers can cook? I can. That was a poor kid skill I had to learn. You know, I had to learn how as a poor kid. What I think makes a good chicken sandwich is the chewy crispness of it and the sauce applied to it. Yes. Same? Yeah. I feel like if you were a poor kid, you at least have to know basic cooking skills. You know? And so from the basic cooking skills, I was like, I get sick of eating the same stuff all the time. So I had to learn more. And then I got Food Network as a kid. So me and my mom would cook that way. And I watched like my mom and dad cook stuff and I learned that way. You know? So I'm pretty good at it. All my siblings are. Then when I got money, I started whipping. Yeah, like you start being able to make better things. For the most part, all my siblings are. We have our disagreements on the way certain things are made, but we can all cook different things. You know? First thing I learned to cook was noodles on the stove, and it went up from there. Yeah, I feel like noodles is a pretty solid first dish that you learn. Because it's fairly easy. You know? Fairly easy. It starts with like the instant stuff. So like instant oatmeal, instant noodles, all that stuff. Scrambled eggs, yeah, that was another one. because that's quick and easy. All that stuff. And so then you go up from there. Scrambled eggs was a constant. That's almost a daily thing. I've like mastered it. I've mastered it. But me and my sisters, we tend to argue about those because I like my eggs a little runny, and they don't. They like their eggs like hard scrambled, and I just don't fuck with that. I make my eggs in a cup. I mean, that's solid. That works. That works. You know? There's times where if I want to make like a you know how like you get the McDonald's egg, like the egg thing? Over hard eggs are the best. I like mine a little runny. I like mine softer. But if I was making like the sandwich, you can just throw it in a bowl in the microwave for a minute and you're good. If you wanted to get fancy, add a sliced up hot dogs. Weenies con huevos. That is a solid name. Runny is good, so you dip sausage in them. Yes, Kara. See, you get it. You get it. Over hard, like, when I was poor, I had no choice. You just had to eat them how you had them. But now I refuse. I just don't eat over hard scrambled eggs. I just can't do it. You know? And if I have, like the ones that you just cook in, I do over easy. Over easy is my way. I don't really do sunny side up, but over easy. I'm hard. Same. Exactly. You can save eggs. That's the way to keep a cup. Yep, exactly. Do you always eat with bread? No, I do not. Sometimes I just eat the egg, to be honest with you. Sometimes. My grandparents did. I don't always eat it with toast. Every meal had a slice of bread. Like, I don't know. That was my mom's way to stretch food. Yeah. What we would do when we were broke is we'd drink a bottle of water before we ate, and then we'd eat. And so you're kind of like filled up already, and then you eat. Bread is a good way because it kind of expands. What's the most complex food did everyone make? I'm not going to say lasagna is complex, but making the sauce takes forever. And so I can make a pretty good lasagna. Make a hole in the bread and cook a fried egg in the hole. Extra butter. Those are so good. I remember my dad made me one. I don't even remember what it's called. There's like a name for it. But that's a solid one. That's a solid one. Egg in a hole is great. I love it. Yeah, my grandpa used to make those. Those are good. I like those. I saw someone on TikTok, they just put for me it was meatloaf. Meatloaf, I can't eat it a lot, right? And I only eat my mom's. Well. What's up, Doc? How are you? I only eat my mom's. I don't really eat anybody else's meatloaf. I'm very particular about that. I think a lot of people are like that, where they're like, I can only eat my mom's. Like, I'm not going to a restaurant and ordering it. Hell yeah, mom's meatloaf, 5-star. Yeah, but like everybody else's, you're like, I don't want that. I'm good. You know? You go eat my meatloaf, Skratsx. I mean, hey, if you're serving. Bro, ground turkey meatloaf I made a couple weeks ago with smoky barbecue sauce topping, legit 10 out of 10. That sounds good. The sauce is so key on that meatloaf? Yeah. My meatloaf is good? I imagine so. Made it healthier for my girl. There you go. That sounds good. I feel like a lot of people, they're like, you'll only eat yours or your mom's. You know? The one you make or the one your mom makes. And that sounds awesome. Like, always good. The lasagna, because the sauce takes forever. It's called, bowling? No, I do a spin on my own. There you go. That sounds good, though. I would say lasagna is my most complex one. Because it takes forever. Because of the sauce. That's about it. But I rarely make that because the thing that I always complain about with food is that it takes much longer to make than it does to eat it. I see you, sus fucker. I always complained about how you spend like all day cooking something and like bolognese. There it is. It takes forever. And then it takes what, like at most 30 minutes if you're distracted to eat it, but it takes like all day. I love that sound. We're so close to having the Bean Man emote. We are very close. What's going on with you, fucking legend? He is a legend. We're very close to having the Bean Man emote through. Either it's getting approved by Twitch or I'll have automatic, I'll have instant upload. Working and twerking, the best combo. The best combo out. The absolute best. Hell yeah. Okay, I gotta close these chicken sandwich tabs down because it's gonna make me want a chicken sandwich. And I'm like nervous to have food after yesterday's experience. How do you make emotes? So the other ones I had made for me. Someone say chicken sandwich. Yeah, we were looking at a rank, what people ranked the fast food restaurant chicken sandwiches, because I told chat, and you were here for some of it, Doc, that a lot of chat overhyped Burger King, right? They overhyped it. And so I wanted to see if their hype had any truth to it. And I ordered Burger King yesterday and got sick. And so I did this. I X'd it out and moved it down because of yesterday's experience. And so, you know, they told me I should have got a chicken sandwich. But I said if I'm getting a chicken sandwich, I'd go to like Chick-fil-A or Popeyes or something like that. Abuse of power. I had to override it. I couldn't allow that to stand. But how do I make emotes? So I usually get someone to draw it, right? This man went to BK and ordered a Whopper. Who does that? It literally says home of the Whopper. That's what you get for not going to Chick-fil-A? Yeah. Like Chick-fil-A never does me dirty. Ever. I keep telling you can't trust this chat's votes. Yeah, I'm starting to get there after yesterday, you know? But I usually have them drawn. So if you see the emotes, so I have these, right? These were all drawn, right? But then it's a broken home for the Whopper. Yeah, it is. Dude, it'd be funny to see how the AI chat rates chicken sandwich. Ooh, we could do that. Hold on. And so we had those drawn, right? But then you saw Bean Man come through and redeem his fart noise, right? So I felt that because Bean Man is a legend in his chat, we needed to give him an emote. And it was suggested that we combine the Giga Chad emote, you know, the Giga Chad, with a bean. And so I did that. And this is what we got, right? So we used Midjourney, which is an AI art thing, to generate this. And then we had chat vote on the between this and another one. And this is what we made. And so now we're just waiting for it to be approved. So when Bean Man comes through, the Bean Man emote gets spammed, you know? Yeah, so it's either it gets drawn or AI generated. And I'm starting to get better. And chat voted for the other shit one. Yeah, until we had more people through, and then we got it right. We got it right. I keep telling you. You do. You do. I think it was it this one? I think it was this one was the other one. But it just didn't sit right. You know? Didn't sit right with me. So we re-voted. And we got the right one through. Yeah, that's pretty much how emotes get done. And I'm slowly but surely getting better with Midjourney, you know. That's about right. Is that BK vote? Yeah, it was. That I couldn't. Yeah, I had to change it. I could not. After yesterday, I could not do this. I could not let that stand. You know? I just couldn't. Like, I'm willing to abide by the rest, but after I could not, you know what? I shouldn't. An X isn't good enough. I don't even want to look at it. I couldn't let that stand. So it had to be fixed. It had to. I was done dirty by Burger King. I cannot allow that to stand anymore. So now it's been righted, thankfully. F for food poisoning. Exactly. You know? F. And the first place I went upon feeling sick, strangest stream. I just typed it in chat. I had to have a record of it somewhere. It's all strange seating glitch. Just fall. And then he felt better. I was up most of the night. Subway is the only place that's giving me food poisoning. I've luckily never had Subway food poisoning, but I don't eat at Subway a ton. And the reason I don't is because it's very rare that I'm ever like, you know what I really want today? A sub. Because he saw me and I was sick as fuck. True. You know? That gameplay with Cassandra was just top tier. Lining of my guts died. Yikes. You know? It's very rare that I'm ever like, I really want just a regular sub sandwich. So it's very rare that I eat at any sub place. Came out as black liquid. Yikes. Cassandra's so hot, I swear. I'm telling you. The doc has never gotten food poisoning. The food gets doc poisoning. There you go. Show that food what's up. She's female pro tag. I like Cassandra a lot. I do like Cassandra. It's Cassandra and Blue Aliens, you know? Those two. I've had an awakening. I've realized. You know? Games have made me have a new awakening. It's awakened me to possibilities I've never thought about before. You know? So I'm wondering what awakening I'll have with Red Dead. Imagine Cassandra as a blue alien. I mean, we could do that. We could merge them. Skratsx peak streamer pro tag. No, that's you, Doc. That's you, you know? I'm filling in my my little side story arc until the Doc goes live. When the Doc goes live, all eyes. You'll love you some cowgirls. Yeah, watch. Red Dead, I'm be like, those cows are looking kind of... Let me see. I'm going to combine them. We're getting a Cassandra picture, and we're getting a Liara picture. Would I fuck a blue woman? Yes. Yes, I would. It was something that I never thought about before. Until Mass Effect. Yeah, Liara and Cass. I'm finding a good Liara picture. Yes, I don't see. You know, I see the form, I will say, and Samara. Yeah, and Liara's mom. You know, I'm not racist as long as she got the assets. You know how it goes. Like, I'm just okay. We'll take a generic one. So this is Liara. This is Cassandra. Oh, I need a JPEG, not a WebP. That'd be great. Assets. Exactly. That's what we're really about. I see what you did. Yeah, you know. That's what we're here for. You know? That's what makes a game. WebP. I need a JPEG. Let me just go to the website. Is this going to give me what I need? Hello? I hate the wiki sites. The wikis never... Let's see. I have to do this one. I'm going to copy it. I have to make my own. Let's go to Paint. New. We can save that. Boom. Cassandra. There we go. I think we got it. Did this just stop? It did. YouTube just decides what it wants to do sometimes. Unless I'm looking up like a general bio of something, the wiki is almost fucking useless. Yeah, it is. I feel like I never really get what I'm looking for when I go to a wiki. It's too weird. Combine. combining. Mix Samara with Jada Fire in the AI. Yo, don't tempt me. I will. Blend. Let's pull the images out. So we got Cassandra and Liara. I think we need Liara to be number 1 so that they're blue. And then Cassandra. Yeah. Gotta do some stuff. Stream ends abruptly. Gotta do some chat. Like, yeah, I just react. So there we go. Liara, Cassandra. Here we go. Boom. And we'll see what happens. I'm curious as to what's gonna happen. I'll show you once it gets started. You know. Imagine Red Dead has like a crazy cow. Don't forget the lotion. You know, just gotta make sure you're prepared. You just never know what's about to happen. I do need to open the game too, so I can just get it started once we're ready to go. I downloaded CS:GO yesterday. I have to start over because I lost my old Steam account, but we're good. I have to get like reacclimated and everything in my settings. Ooh-wee, yeah. I downloaded CSGO. When we playing, let me get my aim back and we'll be good, Doc. Then we'll play. I gotta get used to aiming again. You know, and positioning. It's been a while. But I'm so excited. I was watching Lino play yesterday and I was watching Doc play and I was like, I have to play. It's been too long. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. Yes, sir. I have to. I miss it. I miss it. Okay, this is what it's looking like so far. We're getting there. I'm putting so much more content into it, getting ready for CS2. CS2 is gonna be so good. And I think I'm starting to realize, I think that Counter-Strike just fits my playstyle more than Valorant does. Because I don't have to worry about using abilities. You know what I mean? Not that I hate abilities, it's just I always forget when I'm playing Valorant to even use them. And so I think CS may be the way. It may be the way. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if I like how these turned out. Rip Val? Yeah, 100%. So it didn't really do what I wanted it to do here. I think we have to run it again. Lurk, have a good lurk, Lino. See, I was just talking about Lino. How are you, Lino? It didn't do what I wanted it to do. It's not blue enough. We gotta try again. We gotta re-roll it. We gotta re-roll. Are you gonna save this pic? Okay. I'll send it to you. She isn't sexy enough. I'm saying, like, it didn't really do what I was hoping for. Up the meter, Tito. We're re-rolling. More blue. Yeah, more blue. I'm gonna do it again. I'm doing it again. /blend. Doing this again. Yeah, more blue. Like, maybe I need to switch the order. We'll see. We'll see what we get. Like, these are cool, but they're not what I'm looking for out of an AI generation. That's the thing about Midjourney. Sometimes you get something that looks cool, like when I did this for when I'm working on my new screens. Like, that one worked out. Other times, you just don't get what you're looking for. Eventually, though. Eventually, it'll learn what I want. Eventually. I kind of want them to put more AI into games, like story games. Like, imagine more villains that have AI that learns your playstyle, so the game becomes more difficult. That'd be kind of cool. Like, I think they said, isn't the alien in Alien Isolation, doesn't it have AI? I think. I'm not sure, though. But, like, stuff like that would be cool. Especially in horror games. Why did my Alexa just start talking? I said AI and it just started responding. That was weird. Let me see. Shut up, Alexa. I'm saying. It kind of made it look like something Avatarian. This isn't it either. This is a little closer, but this is more like zombie-like. You know? Not quite what we're looking for. What generator is this? Midjourney. So you can use it via Discord. They have like a free trial, and then I think you get 25 free generations, and after that, it's $10 a month. There's a dialogue AI mod for Fallout 4. It's pretty good. Fallout 4 mods I have to try out. I only played it vanilla, and I have to try out. It with mods. Yeah, it just made it weird. I'm gonna have to experiment with this. I'll get it right. See, it made the face. It just made it blue face. Seen a good mod for the Resident Evil remake? They have mods for that? It's crazy how fast they get mods out. It is crazy. Maybe if I tried a regular prompt. Let me try it like. Imagine a combination of Liara from Mass Effect and Cassandra from Assassin's Creed. Let's see what it does. It always, like, it kind of blows my mind how fast people make mods for games now. That's actually kind of wild. Like the Hogwarts mods were pretty out there. They're pretty out there. What mod was it? Y'all remember when Fallout 4 came out and Pornhub announced it had never seen such a dramatic drop in numbers on the release date? That's how you know a game's good. They should drop more reports like that. That's how you know when a game is good. When everybody stops watching porn to play it. That's a game. They should drop reports at the end of every year for what game caused the biggest decrease in viewership. That'd be hilarious. I would love that. I actually did not know that they did that. That's funny as hell, though. Imagine that. They're like, what's going on today? Oh, the new Fallout drop. Who the fuck needs porn when we got games to play and AI-generated hybrids of characters we find attractive? True. Would you stop touching yourself to play this? If yes, game of the year. Yeah, that's how you know. Role players extended dialogue read at Fallout 4 Nexus. Okay, I'm actually going to copy that down. That seems cool. Copy. I'm making notes. There we go. I want to learn how to mod games without breaking them. I have yet to accomplish that, but we'll get there. Okay. This is better. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. We're getting there. It's getting a little better. These are a little too realistic for me. Not enough game. This one's kind of horrifying. The one that my face is blocking. A little horrifying. But we're making progress. I still smash? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's getting better. This one, I do like red hair. So, red hair. We're getting there. All right, gents, which one are we taking home? That's the real question. Which one? Not this one. This This one feels like it would kill me. That last one has some calcium cannons. Yeah. You know? These turn out better than I thought. Strange can have that one. Okay, so Strange claims this one. There we go. There we go. Not bad. Not bad. I volunteer. No. The other one. What? Oh, this one? This one right here? Top right. Yeah. This one? This one? Yeah. I think this is a helmet, though. So, yes. Okay. There you go. There you go. Congratulations. That's a match. That is a glorious match. If he dies, he dies. What that mouth do, girl? This actually was pretty... Sacrifice for the boys. Yeah, you know, take one for the team, Strange, you know? Take one for the team. Interstellar Tinder's gonna be wild. Yeah. Probably talk shit. Have you seen her demeanor? Yeah, she doesn't look like she fucks around. You know? She looks like she's very straight to the point. If I don't come back, don't tell my wife. Yeah. Oh, you know what I need to make? Hold on. Just in case Addie comes in here, you know. Just in case Addie comes in here, I got you, Strange. I got you. I'll make her listen to me. There we go. You know, just in case Addie comes in here. Okay, BRB jumping into a game of Fortnite. All right, have fun. That's amazing. Yeah, I got you. Just in case. You know, she'll be like, what are you guys doing in here? Right to the tab. You know? Or I'll turn. Where's that? Let me see. Is that? Or where's that site where you can buy the Skittles by the flavor? I'll have to find it. I'll find it. Where you can just buy one flavor of them. We'll get there. Let me... imagine. Let me see. I still need to play Fortnite. I haven't played in forever. Has first person mode been in there yet? Or is it just a gun that makes it first person? Because I keep hearing that it's getting first person mode. These fucking customers, they just don't know when, like, you have other stuff. They say the customer's always right. But I say the customer's in the way. You know? They're just always in the way. It's weird. Like, damn. Have some manners. They fucking yo. Has Fortnite? Did they have the FPS in yet? Like first person mode? Because I'm like, people keep telling me that it's coming. I heard that, but I'm not sure. Yeah, because I keep hearing like, you know, we're getting a first person mode. Not that I'm aware of. Let me go ask Lino if he wants to play Fortnite. Yeah, do it. Ask him. Is he still on? I think he's still on. He's been streaming since early. Yeah, he's still on. I only play the no build. Yeah, I think they said like... I thought that no build was getting a first person. Because that'd be cool. That's still third. Because that would actually be cool. Unless... maybe that'll be a creative thing. Hold on. I'm going to boot Fortnite real quick. I just want to look at something. I want to see what the creative was looking like. Let me close down Mass Effect. I just got to boot up and look. I'm not gonna play it, but I'm curious. Where's Fortnite? I'm too curious. 16 or 17 days till Aaron. There we go. I kind of want to do the challenges for the other skins. I just have not gotten around to doing it. I get too distracted when I'm offline. But it looks really good. No build is a cool gamer mode playing in moderation. I'm a comp player. I'm used to mechanics, builds, etc. It was part of the game for a long period of time. Tired of motherfuckers only playing no build. They tell me to get on Fortnite and then queue no builds. It's so boring. So I was like way into the regular building. Like I was one of those people that was in creative all the time, even though I've lost all my muscle memory because I never play anymore. But I kind of like no build's cool. I see why people play it because if you didn't start early, like if you didn't play early on, the skill gap was crazy, you know? And so it's kind of discouraging. I just loaded up because I want to see it. Oh, I got more stuff. I'm just loading up because I'm looking at the creative stuff. I'm not playing. Okay. But like if you weren't early in, you know, it gets a little, the skill gap is large, but the build game modes as of right now are full of brain inactive motherfuckers. Let me see. I need to look at creative. What are we looking at? Escape room. 1v1 versus on Spider Island. I don't know what this says. Crime City? What is this? Interesting. You can play no builds and win build matches? Really? I'm gonna have to get back into it. Is arenas like that too? Red Pit, Escape the World Park. Absolutely, I can't build for shit and still shit on people sometimes. I have to see if I can still build. It's been a while. Arenas is full of noobs with surprisingly good aim right now. You know what my favorite game mode was, Sora? Do you remember when Blitz was in? When they had Blitz mode, where the circle moved faster and everyone was like much closer together to start? Blitz was so fun. I played 2 games and got shit on both times because of 5 out of 5 headshots. Jesus Christ. Where's that horror game one? Is this it? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Zombie Night. So this is zombies. Here's the horrors. Okay, so they have like legitimate horror categories now. Interesting. I'm gonna have to check that out. I really think a lot of people are using soft aimbots in walls. I haven't played enough to know, but I can see that being a thing. All right. Especially like more in arenas. Do they still run like weekly tournaments? Remember when they were like paying people to participate in the tournaments? They still do those? Probably. I used to love those. Those tournaments were cool. I was in some of them. I haven't, like, not now. I loved build fights and stuff like that, but I was also, like, pretty early. I was pretty early in. I think I started playing, like, season 2 of chapter 1. So I played for a good bit. Once I figured out how to, but I was running it off in a virtual PC, so I'd always lag a little bit, but it was still enough where I could still do okay. It was good times. Good times. I kind of miss it. Sometimes I miss it. I made money in the game. That was one of my favorite parts. I didn't make too much because I didn't do it a lot, but I made some. I made a little bit. I remember like people were making crazy money early on, like with like the World Championship and stuff. Back when like what's his name, Booga? What game? Old Fortnite. I was checking out to see how the horror games in there looked. They were giving out. They were like throwing money. Did you get the 11 Zolt clip? I had to go take care of the baby. Not yet. I can't download it right now because I don't have my VPN on. And I'm not logged into Netflix. Let me see. Am I logged in? No. Chris, I see you. Yeah, I'm not logged in. Let me see. Have it start at what should I call you? Okay. What's the password? Please be the password. Okay. Respect my authority. Okay, so I have the tab muted. It is called, let me see. So we're going to Shadow and Bone. Let me find it. Because all I need is the sound. Okay, Shadow and Bone, latest season. Let's Gucci King of Bad Takes. Shadow and Bone, last episode. So we're on season 2. This is the episode. It is 49:30. Let me see. Okay, let me see if this is it. Skratsx got sick of your shit vote.
Suppose I am the guest of honor.
Wait, let me mute the music. Let me see. Let me see if this is it.
Any words of advice from your time ruling in my family's stead?
Are we here? It's this scene, right, Cursed? This scene right here? I think so. Nice day to quad stacker only when voting. And yeah, okay.
Some might have cautioned you against staging
Looking
a
for it.
celebration on the night of Thringkella, the most notable Fearon festival.
And some might call it a strong opening salvo.
Let's see.
What should I call you? Certainly Apparat is not your birth name. You look very much like a Lev.
You are drawing a line in
There it is. You look very much like a Lev. I love that. I clipped it just for the sound. That's glorious. I've never heard Lev as an insult. You look like a Lev. Perfect. That is perfect. Let me roll that. That is perfect. Okay, let me reopen Mass Effect. Just drop that on her later randomly. I'm going to. I'm literally gonna cut the sound down and be like, "Yo, I got this new sound. You wanna hear it? You look like a Lev." That's so good. That is so good. I love that. I absolutely love that. Cursed, I want a doc sound alert. Make it happen. Oh, we can get one. I think I can get one set up.
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe
That one's so good. So good. I'm not going to open 3 yet until once Legate comes through, I will. Skratsx, just get him a donkey hee-hawing. Donkey hee-hawing. Oh, man. That's great. Donkey hee-hawing. My favorite sound alert that I have right now, you don't want these hands. I think my favorite sound alert I have right now is the hydrate one. The hydrate one makes me laugh. Just because of that song. Okay. Hooves. Yes, hooves. Okay, close that. Close that. Nothing beats your fart. The fart is great. The fart sound is just, that one is incredible. Okay, for real though, that guy from Happy Gilmore who says you jackass. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that. Curse, I'm down. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Make mine the first 18 seconds of Sorry You're Not a Winner by Enter. Okay. Let me see. Let's see what Blurp has. There's Bean Man, bro. The fart is too good. Especially when you just combine it with the Yamate Kudasai. Oh, man. That was so good. That was so good. You know, that was a good combo. Me and the homie going at it in my general chat. Why? What happened? Where's your server at? That timing, that was perfect. That was perfect. Talking shit again. Let me see. See what's happening. So I need to pull up. I'm going to your Discord. I got to see what's going on. Sora Studio. In general. I don't know why I was in out of frame. Yeah, it is. Now making fun of him for having 8 times my hours and me keeping up with him sometimes. Yeah, he came with the screenshots. I love it. I love it. He came with the screenshots. Oh, Rainbow Six? I've never played that game. Rainbow Six? Oh, he got the Apex. Why do I think Sora's Court is nothing but them doing various positions to expose their talent? We got receipts on here. Damn. Discord. Yep, there's mine. No talent. Taint. Oh, man. That's great. Say it with your chest. I love it. I absolutely love it. All the screenshots of me doing bad is when I had to either do something for my mom or I had to go shit, so I left early. Rainbow Six Vegas 1 and 2 will forever be some of my favorite shooters. I have never played a Rainbow Six game. Never. 422 hours, damn. Yeah, Sora came with the receipts on him. Damn. He came with the receipts. I love it. Multiple receipts. Pretty good. Pretty good. Those were fire. I never got to play them. I love this. It's so fun. Still waiting for my next Splinter Cell. Let's see if they're making one. He about to say something about being the champ. Tom Clancy Splinter Cell. New game? Is there one? Apparently they're making a Splinter Cell remake. But Tech Radar's telling me that. Oh, yeah, because they confirmed it in 2021 that game was in the earliest stages of development. So, that's all I know about that. That's all I really know. But I haven't really played a lot of the Tom Clancy ones.
Another settlement has sent word that they need our help. I'll mark it on your map. We'll find out what they need.
Every time I talk to Garvey,
supporting our cause.
Every time I talk to Garvey, it was just one thing after another. How am I like the head guy, but I'm the one doing the busy work? I don't care much about games until I can unlock rank. I'll open that Discord right now, like an STD. There we go. I think we just like hit 50 people in the Discord. I think so. I think we hit 50. Yeah, we did. 54. Damn. Just ignore Unglu. You know, ignore Unglu in the Discord. He's Unglu Wild. Okay, I'm about to run around the Citadel. I gotta turn in these mini side quests. Waiting for it to show up. Saul in these scares gets me almost every single time. It gets me like right as I look away. Yeah, we're just gonna turn these quests in. I think I have everything.
Spectre status recognized. Please select a
Start from the top and work our way down. Oh, the music. Forgot about that. There we go. What can I say? I'm somewhat of an expert myself. You definitely are. Definitely are. Oh, there's no one to talk to up here. Let's go to the next floor.
Spectre status. 1 moment, please.
There we go.
Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
I'm running around the Citadel, but I'm still thinking about Diablo. Yeah. I'm not talking to the Sorry Counselor yet. That's a different quest. So let's go to the next floor.
1 moment, please.
Oh, I should have went to Purgatory. I went to the wrong floor. Wrong floor. Hold on.
Now arriving at where? 1 moment, please.
I'm still just thinking about Diablo.
Now arriving.
I uninstalled the beta yesterday. Because sadly it's over. I need to be slaying demons again? I'm saying. I heard D4 has some problems in the beta. I didn't have any. I didn't have any issues.
The code of the ancients from Dakuna. It's waiting for you in Bay D24.
I didn't see any issues when I was playing it. Dude, all Blizz games have problems at launch? True. True. Alpha, beta, and full release. Yeah, at that point, it'll be, what do they say? Features, not bugs.
Anyhow, enough about my own. Let's find the gang and celebrate while I'm still here. Where'd you park?
I took rapid transit.
Come on, you have the fanciest ride on the Citadel. And I saw that new paint job.
Connection on the first day of open beta was bad. After that, it was fine. Oh, yeah, I did have connection issues. But after, like...
that car.
I know.
Yeah, I had some weird moments. After mine stopped booting me, I was good. When people say launch was rough, it doesn't even faze me anymore. Yeah, that kind of feels like it's expected, right? You almost expect for it to not go right. Because they dumped 70% of resources into WoW. Yeah, and I've just never been... I've never been a World of Warcraft player. I tried, but it just... It's not my, it's not my cup of tea. You know?
Excuse me. I recovered the rings of Elune. They're waiting in Bay D24.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Did that. I can't wait to see what game takes WoW's seat. I don't know. What game you, like... I don't know. I feel like every other MMO that comes out, people play it for a little bit and they're just like, eh. I've been playing on and off since Classic. The, like, original Classic or when they re-released it.
I'm glad we had time to talk. Me too. Gotta take the moments when you can. So true. And Shepard.
Jacob, Jesus Christ, stop talking, bro. OG? Yeah, I tried. Did you watch the vid I posted yesterday? I was meaning to do that. Thank you for reminding me. I literally didn't watch it last night because I wanted to watch it today. Let me see. Here's the link. Problem. I was 11 playing WoW. Problem is, WoW like wrote the rules. Everyone just copies what they do. It'll take something unique by its own right. Yeah. Used to be addicted to MMOs. I just never got around to it. Okay. So this vid is called Saving FPS Games AI Anti-Cheat. Shit's gonna be fire if it works. Let's see. I'm gonna... Where's my record button? I might as well record while I'm doing it. There we go.
1 out of every 3 players
EverQuest was good in its own right.
FPS game are cheating.
He's wiggling. Look,
connects to your
Yo, what's up, Lumpy?
It's literally just connecting to the remote play.
And then in other games, it's way more than that.
What does this revelation
So they're saying a third... Wait.
of gaming and
They said a third of every player cheats in FPS games? It's that high? Skratsx is too busy making AI-generated hybrids of fantasy characters. Exactly. Exactly. Is it better if I put my camera for this... like... here? Is that better? I think that's better for this, so you can see everything. Yeah. Yeah, that's low in estimates. So a third of all FPS players are cheating? Damn. I thought that sounded high.
General.
So it's an AI aimbot?
Yeah, AI aimbot.
Works in any game.
They sell these by the millions.
And it's not just your little brother either. At every level of the industry, from pros to streamers, cheating is rampant.
And it will become a real job to cheat in his game.
It's a full
feels like it
business.
Are you getting old?
Yeah.
Like,
is gaming changing? Or is it that rampant
I heard like Warzone has a lot.
Over a year ago, we set out.
You know what makes me happy? Knowing that when these troglodytes buy hacks, that their system is being infected at the same time.
Submit your clips to help
Oh yeah, they're like,
what you're about to witness.
They're viruses, right?
Is the solution. The solution to cheating in online gaming.
I've stated that for a long time, that at least 20% of people I come across are suspect.
To help fund this project through the form of sponsoring this video is Opera GX. They agreed the more views and downloads Opera GX gets through this video, the more.
Opera's not paying me. Sorry.
So let me be straight up with you guys. Let me just come clean, okay? I have done steroids. I've never told anyone this. I've never really explained it this way, but I did steroids. Or at least I thought for sure.
Most of them leave a backdoor into your system for the cheat devs. Whoa. Some have malware, but the higher end ones usually don't. Glitch sus.
They were steroids. So when I was 14, I wanted to be jacked out of my mind, man. I wanted to
even the high end ones do.
A bunch of rocks saran wrapped together and be able to like bench press a car. And in combination with that desire, my frontal lobe was the size of a walnut. So I got on eBay, I typed in steroids, bought something sketchy, got.
I guess it's because like I rarely ever run into cheaters, or I don't necessarily think that they're cheating. I never really think about it.
So I'm sitting there.
Curse is sometimes okay, but he mostly sus too.
With the itchiest nipples you've ever seen, man. And I was real confused. I thought I was gonna start like lactating, even though no one's ever found out until now. I didn't actually get away with it because the consequences were that I didn't know with certainty that I wasn't going.
I like that his neon sign says custom neon sign.
Itchy, man. Point is, you can take a shortcut to something, but there will be a consequence somewhere, somehow, eventually. What those consequences will look like, I think is now up to us somewhat. So cheating in online FPS games is the worst it's ever been, ever right now. On every system, console included, at every level, around 30% of players in any given game are cheating. So this is basically the final form of the AI cheats that single-handedly killed FPS games about a year ago. This program essentially acts as like a mediator between remote play and the game. All it uses is a live stream of your game. So as long as you have an internet connection that's like 2 megabytes per second, one, it enables mouse and keyboard on console. But what's worse is you can
get ready for the gym, stay safe.
An AI aim assist.
How's your shoulder, Sora?
AI to read the screen, find the enemies, send input.
Imagine sucking so fucking bad you need cheats to be fake good.
And then aim at the enemy for you.
They are already breaking the law, selling hacks. Why wouldn't they leave a back door into everyone's system? Especially if you try to dox the cheat devs. They just nuke your system. Jesus. Not much better? Damn. I hope it gets better. You know?
So it's basically just acting as your remote play controller.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
and it gives you to feed it.
To get access to it. The godly knew. He went in and he infiltrated this website. He made the cheaters love
they go over that in a bit?
Them
Okay.
to like him so that they would give him the cheat. It took months. I'm just kidding. He paid $5. So for a few bucks or a free version that comes with a virus,
devs encourage it basically
better than everyone else. This can never be detected by an anti-cheat scanning what's running on the system because all of this is running only off of watching the game the same way you do.
Wait, so that gets around that Valorant thing too, right? Where you have to enable that thing. I forgot what it's called. What it's called that you have to enable in your BIOS for their anti-cheat to work. So this just gets around that.
So this is an 8-person free-for-all.
It's pretty wild.
Where all of us have cheats installed and one
Vanguard,
person
yeah.
is chosen at random.
I think it's Vanguard.
Cheats, but no one knows who it is, and we're all trying to guess.
Call of Duty devs just don't give a fuck. Yeah, I've heard that Call of Duty, like the cheating in Call of Duty is insane. Like it, especially in the first Warzone. I remember hearing Tim the Tatman basically stopping playing Warzone because of all the cheaters. That's insane.
Hacker right now.
Yep, the hacker.
Let's watch CS cheaters exposed. Oh, I have to.
Oh my gosh.
I've only seen like.
Let's go.
Somewhere in pro tourneys? Really? Okay, hold on. I've only seen... I am going to finish this video, I promise. I've only seen the dumb ones. Like where one girl left her wall hacks on, and she was like, oh, my friend must have installed something on my computer. Oh, it must have been my friend's. I saw that one too. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. She's like, Kara... I think her name was Kara. He's like, Kara, did you install something on my computer? Damn you, Claire. Yeah. There's 3 games I've ever cheated modded on. VR Chat, BO3 a month ago. Didn't want to grind all that shit. I had console do. And GTA. Yeah, those. It's Kara or Claire. It was one of those. Let me see. Oh, these are all the famous ones. I'm just going to look at like one. All right, peace. Have a good time in the gym. Have a good gym session. I'm going to look at like 2 of them.
Throughout the ages of Counter-Strike,
Who's the worst?
there have always been cheaters.
Let's look at
Those
Cookie.
players. When you think of vac bans and vacations, the first thing that springs to mind is Cookley. Cookley's biggest progress in esports was in 2014, when he started to play for big known teams such as Team LDLC and Titan. His fan base was rapidly increasing and he had a bright future ahead of him in professional esports. This all took a sudden and shocking turn on the 20th November 2014 when he was slapped with a vac ban. The community could not believe it.
What's vac? What's a vac ban? What's that mean? The vac part. I've actually never heard that. Yeah, I don't know. Like I've never heard that term. I've only heard ban. Valve anti-cheat. Okay.
Such a respected player had been caught cheating on the highest level of play. Even his own friends and teammates were in disbelief.
Kali Vagban? No. I don't trust that. Seriously, Kali Vagban? My French friends, they were like talking about like Kali's cheating, I'm sure. He was playing with Titan. What the fuck? He took my fucking place.
So he was the one cheating in tourneys?
This whole drama left the community shaken to its core and pretty paranoid of all the other pros being fakes as well.
Let's see. Cloud9, Emilio, I Buy Power. I gotta find that Claire girl. That was my favorite one. What about Cloud9? Oh, I'll go back. Forsaken? Okay, hold on. Best one?
Throughout the ages
okay,
of
hold on.
there have always...
So I'll watch Forsaken and then Cloud9.
Oh.
Does he look like a cheater to you? You're damn right he does.
In 2018,
Forsaken's hilarious? Okay.
Expand across the globe and have an Indian...
My homie is a coach for Cloud9?
Qualifiers, Optic had finalized its roster, and on that roster was Forsaken. Forsaken was always doubted in the scene because of his shady past. He was known locally to have cheated in the past and to own vac banned accounts. Not long after the expiration of his previous ESIC ban, he became a part of Optic India around the middle of 2018. They managed to reach an international level of play within months.
They're pretty good.
Highly impressive for a fresh Indian roster. In some tournaments, Optic India had no losses whatsoever, but then in October of 2018,
he also was just in an Amazon YouTube video, Doc. Your friend or
and it all started
Forsaken?
Initially, they managed to stomp them on Inferno, but on Cash, it was a completely different story, and Forsaken was forced to go blatant.
That's actually really cool.
Not only the crowd noticed what was going on, but the admins noticed something fishy as well. Following a match pause, an admin is sent to check on his PC and finds this.
He installed hacks onto the...
Push the admin away, close the folder, and delete all the evidence, but it is too late.
He thought that he could just be like, no, let me just delete this and we're good. It's fine. It's not actually a cheat. I'm just going to delete it so no one sees that. And he thought that was going to work.
Cancelled, his team gets disqualified, and he gets left with a 5-year ban.
He's a big member of Exact Stream.
At the time, this case has left the reputation of India's esports scene heavily tainted.
Oh, this is a different person. So he thought Pepe Tapia. I'll have to look. Let me look. I'll pull up his... I'll copy that so I can pull it up. Bro, the video of him cheating on that pro game is awesome. So I gotta scroll through this again. Where is it? That's Cloud9. No, this is Forsaken. Okay. So right here.
Story, and Forsaken was forced to go blatant with his cheats. Not only the crowd noticed what was going on, but
so he thinks in this moment
admins
that he can just push the admin away and delete the video, like, and everything's just gonna be cool.
Finds this.
Like, Forsaken had the balls to install hacks onto a tourney PC. That's what I'm saying. Like, he thought that was gonna be cool, and then he thought the easiest way to get around this.
Literally.
Oh, stay paused. No, go back to. Hold on.
PC and finds this.
This? Yo, what's up, Phyllis? How are you? To this part? Yeah. If you can search the game itself, the coach was literally right behind him the entire time, and no one knew. Look after temp. Rare sex. 35, 46, 20. I'm good, thanks. How are you? I'm pretty good. What? Rare sex. I see it right there. I didn't even notice that. Good folder name. You know, rare sex. Good folder name there. I just don't understand how he thought he could.
Forsaken tries to literally
story of my life. So he thought that pushing away the admin was gonna just make this seem less suspicious. Also, love the Pepsi product placement here. Love that. I'm sure Pepsi was very happy about all this.
In a way, close the folder and delete all the evidence, but
so he just thought, yeah, I'll just delete it and we're good. You know, I'm just gonna keep hacking and
it is
we're good here.
The match gets cancelled.
That's wild. Now I gotta see Cloud9. We'll see what happens.
Dreamer. In March 2015, Cloud9 participated in the first major of the year, ESL 1 Katowice. Cloud9 had a pretty good run.
Cloud9 logo is so cool, though.
Placed 9th and got.
Gotta admit, that man's got big balls uploading a hack onto a tournament PC. I'm saying, like, and to think that it was gonna work.
Out of the tournament. A YouTube video was uploaded from one of their matches against Virtus Pro, where the players' communications were also.
Shroud was on Cloud9.
Tournament.
Did I see Shroud? Shroud was on Cloud9? I didn't know that.
Their matches against Virtus Pro, where the players' communications were also included.
That led to the closing of the whole team. Wow.
Boiler dead? Boiler dead. I'm holding the site running.
Nah, let's fucking go, boys. Let's fucking go.
After this video started to get some traction, many people started to question their behavior due to their aggressive callouts.
Shroud carried Cloud9? No, I believe it.
People started to suspect they were all on drugs, which was later revealed by Semphis under an interview with Launders that they were
Esports has a doping
all on
problem.
drugs. Cloud9 were using the performance-enhancing substance known as Adderall.
Wait, is that how they were cheating?
In my opinion.
Because of Adderall?
I don't even
Bro, it would be such a fucking dream to play with Shroud. I'm saying. Shroud is insane.
Like, if you listen to the comms, like...
Shroud's insane.
You can hear it in the comms, right? Like, that's what was so funny to me. It was like, yo, such shit's comms so hectic. Like, yeah.
Like, I didn't really know Shroud around this time because I didn't really watch esports like that. But once I was made aware of who Shroud was, watching his clips, insane. Adderall is a whole new level of focus.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that's true.
ESL partnered up with National Anti-Doping Association to try and shut down drug abuse.
I guess when I saw cheating scandals, I wasn't even thinking about them being on Adderall. You know, you got to get tested before esports games now. They got to test for that gamer fuel. I actually didn't even think about Adderall being used to cheat for esports. You know, I'd never thought about that. I always just assumed hacks.
Yeah, man. I'm cracked out of my mind. Keep in mind, we have a point system going here, and we're trying to not
still
get
shocked.
detected as the hacker by the other player.
I play better when I'm stoned. Otherwise, my ADHD makes me overshoot or just become too twitchy. That's one of my issues. It's one of my issues. But I've never thought about like using something to calm it down. You know? I'm still shocked they said 30% of people cheat in games. I just pour the entire tub of G Fuel in my mouth before every stream. There we go. I hope they don't ban Adderall for people who actually have a prescription for it. I wonder if so what if someone has a prescription, they just can't take it that day? Interesting. That's actually, and welcome in, Pam, how are you? That's actually something interesting to think about. Oh, I forgot. Hold on. Gamer subs over G Fuel. I've never had either one. I've never had either one.
Also, these are the devs that are so graciously donating their time to work on the Waldo project.
After doing numerous scripts to beat my ADHD, the best thing that treats it is weed.
Things, go give them a big thank you.
I can see that.
They're dev in my spot, dude.
I've never taken a prescription for it, though.
Nice shot.
7.
I'm gonna alert, fam. Gotta rest before work. Y'all be easy. Dicks out
So
for
take a look at the
Harambe.
footage.
Yo, we love you,
See
Gravity.
if you
Have a
can
good
guess
lurk.
which
And
one
have a
of
good day at
these
work.
Angles is someone using aim assist.
We appreciate you.
I'm thinking home.
Harambe. Yes.
Yeah, I saw you.
Oh, dude, that's a bad
Never
idea,
forget.
boys.
We never forget Harambe.
So you guys would know it wasn't me and that I'm just cracked out of my mind. I'll be honest, dude. I just had to double check to make sure they were off. I'm just saying. So make your guess. You're left with a 1 in 3 chance of getting it correct. The answer will be at the end of the video and in the description.
That was the moment we went to the darkest timeline.
You got lucky. There was a 1 in 3
true.
chance, kid. That's how likely it is.
Harambe started the downward spiral.
Can't see, and AI can with certainty. To our human eyes, this just looks like really good aim. They're designed to have smoothing and look natural.
Yeah, that kind of looked like a good flick.
To a trained AI, the difference is night and day. The best way to describe it is like having a trained medical physician try and tell the difference between someone that's really jacked on steroids and then like a dog. There's no mistaking it. Try and tell the difference between someone that's really jacked on steroids and then like a dog.
That would be hard to tell the difference between.
Couldn't just a really advanced AI cheat go undetected with lots of human data? No,
let's be honest, that kid deserved
solution to end the cat and mouse forever. And
justice for Harambe. Amen.
A lot of people asked, what about
Amen. That was that kid and the parents' fault.
What would you say is the most distinguishable trait to tell if someone is cheating based on your experience of, you know, like antagonizing them in game?
I mean, there are a lot of things.
This is Goat, aka Tim. He wanted to know just how many people were cheating in Tarkov, so he installed cheats.
Oh, I'd imagine cheating in Tarkov is high.
Finding the
Rip Harambe.
Kill to death ratio, what gun they have out, how much ammo they have, everything with this cheat. Game sense is something that is a really big deal in a game.
I can see cheating in Tarkov be pretty high.
Where to look,
especially because
set up your gun.
So
you have more to lose.
That he used to distinguish if
someone
someone was cheating or not.
I can't believe it.
No. Before the wiggle.
Anytime I see a kid get eaten by an animal or fall into a zoo enclosure, let's be honest, it's always the kid's fault. Oh, it 100% is. It 100% is. And their parents. Like, watch your damn kids.
This duo
was
the highest KD that I came
I always blame them.
If you looked at them on the radar, they were just constantly looking around.
It's their fault 100%.
Everywhere.
The animal's just chilling. And then you go into
it's painfully
its
clear
habitat.
Chads are legit.
And start fucking with it.
Watch these other guys. They have like 20-something KD. Just running.
Sorry, parents' fault. Exactly.
Straight to a jacket to get their item. Straight
Raise your kids. Raise your goddamn kids.
When you
think about it. If the parents had watched their damn kid, he's never in there with Harambe in the first place. Like, watch your fucking kid. So weird. And me as a kid, though, I never thought I'm going to go into this gorilla enclosure. You know, I'm not judging nobody, but I never thought once, damn, you know where I really want to go? In with the animals. My nigga Harambe, man, he ain't do nothing. That's what I'm saying. He didn't, man. He didn't. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Looked around that area on the map, there was nobody that could.
It's just not fair.
They just already knew
He was looking. It's both the kid. I'm blaming the kid too because I'm just basing it off of me. He was watching over the kid and they shot him because he was black. True. Like, dude, hearing about kids getting snatched up by crocs in places like Florida and they hunt down by crocs in places like Florida and they hunt down the croc. My first thought goes to where the fuck was their parents and why did they allow their kid to roam the bank of a swamp or a river? That's what I'm saying. Like, you know damn well that there's gators around and you just let them run free by the water. Morons. I wonder how that kid is today. I wonder if that kid feels guilty. If it was nature, for real, it's GG. True. We know we call that, right? Natural selection. You know? Right. It's fucking Florida. Go into a liquor store, gator. Like, homie, I wouldn't even be roaming by the water. That's what I'm saying. We talked about this the other day. There's no way that I would be by any murky water. If I can't see the bottom, I'm just not looking at it. I hope he feels all the guilt. I'm saying. Damn, nature, you scary. He probably has to feel guilty, right? Like he's the reason Harambe is gone, bro. He's the whole reason. Like he has to feel guilty about that. The water is fine. Y'all know that gators are the only animal that actively hunts humans. Goats. Yeah, like, so knowing that there's gators everywhere, you can't just let your kid roam free and then be mad at the gator for doing what gators do. You know? The gator sees just an easy bucket, you know, and has to take it. Harambe could still be clapping gorilla cheeks, but no. Yeah, some fucking parent decided not to watch their kid, and I bet they knew their kid was bad as hell. Because you know that's not the first time that kid did something stupid. You know? Like, I feel like as parents, you know if your kid is bad. You know? You just know. And you know what type of bad your kid is. Like, my parents knew I was an in-the-house bad kind of kid. I wasn't an out-in-public bad kid. You know? In public, I was perfectly behaved. Because I was scared. But at home, I could be a little more free. But you damn sure wasn't seeing me trying to get into a gorilla enclosure. Yeah, when we go out to the river or lake here, we try to be on the lookout. Exactly. You know? You don't just let a little kid just run free. It's stupid. They are unevolved killing machines. If you're so good at killing and living that you don't evolve for millions of years, I would consider you on the level of the predator. Crocs, yeah. What did I start by saying that? I be moving like the Secret Service no matter where I am. Exactly. You know? Gravity's lurk message started all of this. Oh, man. But then again, I'm in Florida. Yes, but you know, you're not just walking around blind. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying there's, like, the water's bad. I'm just saying, like, you know, you got to be safe. You got to be safe because you know there's crocs and gators. And sometimes, like, snakes and shit, you know? You just got to be safe. And those parents should have been watching their fucking kid. Harambe ain't do nothing. Paranoid for real? I don't know. I'd be running into many actual NPCs. I agree. I wasn't joking about the liquor store gator. Wait, was there... I'm not even surprised that there would be one in a liquor store. You know? I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all, to be honest with you. Just, man. Okay. Back to what we were originally watching.
Looking at human
It's Employee of the Month now? It has to be.
That can kind
Of course, but I'll say we will mention that there's a gator in it and then hop in not caring. Yeah, you guys are different. If someone says there's a gator in the water, I'm not jumping in. In a liquor store, oh yeah, bruh just wanted a 40. Exactly. You know, he's trying to get his stuff just like we are. You know, he's not biting nobody. But you'll never catch me jumping into the water where people go, oh yeah, there's gators in there. Yeah, not me. No, sir. The only thing I swim in is pools. Clear pools where I can see the bottom. That's it. That's it. I've been in 2 different swimming pools in South Carolina where a gator decided to chill. Yeah, I'm not getting near any water where a gator is. You know? And if a gator decides to get in the water, I then decide to get out of the water. I stopped doing that after I learned that gators actually gallop on land. Yeah, some gators do. Gators do. They run. And some gators do just go chill in pools. Didn't see it because it was night both times. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, night swimming is, I feel like that's a little risky if there's no, like, lights in the pool. Skratsx, I'm going to post a link. Whisper it to me so it doesn't time me out because I can't figure out how to get it to stop posting asterisks. It's the gator's pool now. Yeah, exactly. Like, if a gator gets in my pool, it's not my pool anymore. Little sexy swimming time. If you know, you know. I see you, Cursed. I see you. Okay, let me look at my whispers. I see you, Cursed. Twitch. I have my whispers open. I have them open. You know what I love about this chat and this community? We were literally talking about AI anti-cheat. I was a fucking man. You know, hey, I respect it. All right, I see it. Okay, let me see this link. What are we talking about? Massive alligator spotted at Florida golf course goes viral. This is a fucking dinosaur. Look how big this gator is. This is a dinosaur. Yeah, like this. This is a dinosaur. Look at its tail. That's crazy. They say how big it was. That's a big monster. The gator just wants to play golf too. Think I'll take up pickleball. Smart. Very smart here. Doesn't even say how big it is. That's a female? Jesus Christ. Some white woman about to run up and try and snatch it. Maybe we should let our kids near. Yeah, like this is the things they're like, just let them free run. You know, what's this going to do to it? No less than 10 feet long. Jesus. Scale puppy. Yeah. Jesus. Timmy, go stand next to it. I want to get a picture. Yeah, this will go crazy on Instagram. Got to post this on Facebook so everyone can see that there was a 10-foot gator. Nah, man, she would try and take a selfie with it. Jesus. 10 feet is crazy. That's crazy. That's why I don't mess with that's why I'm saying I don't really get in water that I can't see the bottom of. In my town, people would try and hop on the back of the gators that be chilling like that. Yeah. You guys are just different. You guys are different, you know? Not me. Bro, measure out 10 feet and get perspective. Your ass is dead. That's what I'm saying. That's a basketball hoop. Like, think about it. That's a basketball hoop. 10 feet. Like, you're fucked. Especially if it gets to running. There was a 13-foot alligator in Hilton Head that was like 50 years old, and they killed it because it would walk across a road in Plantation. Like, that's crazy. Like, it ain't do nothing. It's just walking. Leave it alone. You know? If it starts attacking people, though, it's different. Like, you got to take care of it. But if it's just, like, doing its thing, I'll be laughing. Yeah, I would never touch one. Yeah, bro's just going for a walk. No, that shit ain't running faster than the dock. Yeah, I agree. Like, largest recorded gator in Florida was 14 feet. You wouldn't even see the dust from my feet. 14 feet. Jesus Christ. It would migrate every year and was just doing its thing until people tried to mess with it. That's exactly how it works. You know, the animals just mind their business and then we go fuck with them. And then we're like, it was dangerous. Did y'all ever see what AI voted for best chicken sandwich? No, I got distracted, glitched. Let me do that. I'll use Google's. Let me go to Google's. Someone get this man out of here. 14 feet, I ain't gonna lie, you would not catch me. We're in a serious combo here. Bard. I'll pull that up and we'll do that in a second. I did forget, but I have it up. I have the page up. See, I have Google's AI right here. 14 feet is crazy, though. And doesn't Florida have, like, what's the snake you guys have now? Pythons? Think sharks are scary? Saltwater crocodiles. Yeah, fuck those. Fuck those. You see why I don't? That's why I'm telling you, man. I stay on land. That's 2 Shaqs. Exactly. That's 2 Shaquille O'Neals. That's crazy. No way in hell. There's no way in hell that I would that I'd ever get near one. And if one happens to get near me, I'm out of there. I'm out. Ain't no one going in the ocean expecting a fucking saltwater croc. Exactly. I'm running from one Shaq. Amen. I am. Any gator. Any gator, I'm gone. I'm out of there. I'm not even giving it a chance. I toss that AI selected chicken right at that bitch and dip it out. Yeah, you gotta hope it goes for the sandwich. You have to hope that it goes for the sandwich. Doesn't Florida have, what's the snake that's taking over? I think it's an invasive species. Invasive species. The Burmese pythons. Yeah. I'm tripping, glitching, running. Yes, these pythons. I gotta have you watch this video that I saw last night before bed, though. Okay. Shaq would crush my skull with his pinky toes, and now we gotta deal with two. Exactly. What is... Hold on. This is what I'm talking about.
One because it's a bit different.
I agree with you. A woman got quite the shock as she rode through Everglades National Park. Take a look at this. Kim Clark says she was riding along with her friends. They're about 5 miles into the park.
Look at
when
this
they
python.
Saw this massive Burmese python.
Look how big this is. I feel bad for that woman. People get them as pets and release them into the Everglades when they get too big. Yeah, that's insane. Look at this python. How big is this?
On the road, it's about 15 feet long.
15 feet? That's a wild speed bump. Yeah, it is. A 15-foot python? Let me see. Yo. What the fuck? Look at this. That would fuck your car up, bro. It would. Look at this. The sound is muted. It's not giving me any sound. It's grayed out. Do you have the link to the Reddit post? I'm pushing you to the ground and holding there to get you, and I have some extra time to get out of there. Look at this fucking dinosaur. Yo, is that a gator? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Look at this motherfucker, bro. Did it fucking... You can just bonk it on the head? No, I'm out of there. I'm out. I'm out of there. It's not catching me. I dance with a python before I fuck with an eastern diamondback rattlesnake or a water moccasin. I have a tiny fear of snakes. I'm not super afraid of them, right? Like if I have to fight a snake, I'm not fighting a snake. But you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not super afraid of them. But when I was a kid, bruh, just get a frying pan. Where are you getting a frying pan out here, though? Out here? Danger noodle. Get like... Okay, let me see. That is to the comments. Okay. I would fight a lion before I get jumped by a pack of crackheads. Okay, let me see if I can play the video with the sound on. Okay, this one has sound.
Alligator, they say to run zig. So if you ever get...
It's fucking video quality.
So if you're ever getting chased by an alligator, they say to run zigzag. But I don't think that's going to work. I'd use a tree. Where'd you go?
Yeah, you're fucked.
Peekaboo. Peekaboo.
Look how...
Peekaboo.
I'm not going to lie. People like that usually are the ones that end up getting bit by these motherfuckers. Because I'm not this white. Like, he's playing fucking peekaboo with the gator. And then when he gets bit, he'll be like, I can't believe it did that to me. Like, you know damn well, why the fuck are you playing peekaboo with a gator? He doesn't realize that tail could break his ankle. Yeah. I wonder if this is how aliens would treat humans. They probably would. They'd be like, look at this little organic. Peekaboo. Except we're not this strong.
So if you're ever getting chased by an alligator,
they wouldn't even come down here. True.
They say to run zigzag.
Snow would just sweet talk the croc. Our air quality is too shit now. True. Fun fact, I used to work at a zoo. How'd you like it? Now my ankle's so strong, it'll break the tail. There you go.
Peekaboo.
Like, bro, why are you playing peekaboo with a fucking gator or crocodile, whichever one it is? I can't tell the difference. I forget which one has the longer nose. Get out of that spacesuit. This is fucking crazy. What fucking zoo in Florida did you work at? Okay, back to the AI cheat detection. Yes. That white girl energy. I'm saving this, though. Peekaboo blood-curdling scream. Oh, my God. He's so cute. Yeah, they're the, oh, my God. Look at its teeth. It's so cute. Oh, my God. Fucking weirdos, bro. Only zoo we have is the college near me. Well, you about to make a peekaboo soundbite from that? I need to, shouldn't I? Should I make a peekaboo sound from that? Where is it?
Peekaboo.
That right there. One more time. I'd fight it. It was cool other than picking up shit. I took care of farm animals, wolves, gators, snakes, bears, etc. That's actually cool. Before we destroy the earth, can I keep snow? Aliens. Oh.
Peekaboo.
I need that. So I clip that just so I can get the sound. I got to make that a sound redemption. 100%. I saved that too. Okay. Back to AI anti-cheat. Back to what we were originally talking about.
Detect human behavior. I don't know. Is there any technology out there that can kind of look at human behavior and see if it's human or not? I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I have a zoo in my backyard, 8 goats, 1 pissed off rooster, and a donkey.
Using cheats and
30 minutes later.
So we thought instead of just
game time to be determined. Yeah.
What about an AI that can detect everything? An AI.
So is this going to start an AI race? Like the AI cheaters versus the AI anti-cheaters? Is that what's going to happen?
Analyzes player behavior and determines if they're cheating based on how they're interacting with the game with over 99% accuracy. This is what
that's actually pretty good.
FPS games. Now I realize that sounds like a pipe dream.
Yo, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because now that there's an AI anti-cheat, right? AI anti-cheat, Rip Harambe, Gator Peekaboo, AI cheating. Yep, that pretty much describes it. Skynet is already working in the shadows. Why did I say showers? What just happened? Why did I say showers and then say Shay Sours? I'll just hire Snow as my lawyer. Ain't no one stopping me. True. I loved working with the wolves, but they would always have me nervous when I go in and they roam behind me as a pack. But some were nice enough to come up to me. It needs a shower. Yes. Skratsx trying to get Skynet to drop the soap. So I'm thinking like they're going to have AI anti-cheats, right? But the people who want to cheat are going to have to do something to counteract that. So they're going to have to make AI cheats. And so it's going to have to go AI anti-cheat against AI cheating. You know? They're already using AI cheats. Yeah. And so eventually they're both just going to get so good that they're both going to be so good. Like, how are they going to be able to work? I guess is my question.
Years away, another hopeless dream of one-day gaming,
you know,
with no cheaters online. And
Glitch, you're white, huh? It's always the white people. No, Glitch is black. What? I'll show you his channel. I'll be watching Glitch's YouTube videos. Let me go to it. Hold on. AI dick measuring contest. Exactly. That's what it's going to turn out to. That's what it's going to turn out to be. Am I subbed on this channel? No, I'm subbed on my. Oh, yes, I am subbed on this channel. I'm subbed on both. Here's Glitch right here.
Shit. Oh my gosh. Please. Please. The thing went away. Oh my, please no. Please no, I did something wrong.
Imagine that it turns into AI nukes other AI because of dick measuring contests.
That's my drone. Can you do something? All you can do is break fast.
You have no fucking excuse for stepping into a ring with a pack of wolves. None.
Shift. Please don't. How do I?
This is that game that Glitch wants me to play. Garden of Banban.
Bitch, don't you fuck.
You know what's even funnier? People say I do white people stuff all the time. Good escape.
Let's go. Oh my
Good escape.
gosh.
Good escape there.
Oh.
I myself have just never. It's this video. I'm making sure I keep up with where we were. I don't know. I've never been one like who's like the dolphin sound. Good sound. It's a short game. I have it downloaded, I think.
And it wasn't us. For days, I was tearing my hair out. Why is this not in every single game? What is going on?
I only do white people activities when I'm drunk or really high.
Game developers don't need good.
That's
games.
understandable.
Everyone keeps playing.
You know?
Cheating in games. This whole other industry is stimulating.
Like if he died, Skratsx, we could have been like, "Oh, he's white. That's why." Now we can't.
AI anti-cheat exists. Game devs are not using it. Luckily,
This is the part about the devs. Okay, I'm locked. I'm paying attention. The devs.
And just this year, early January 2023, we started to implement it in big games. And so it's starting from now. It's happening as we speak.
This is the CGO and CEO of AnyBrain, the AI anti-cheat that detects everything. How does it distinguish between someone that is say using like an ESP in a game versus someone that isn't?
What we do is every player is providing data about how it is possible to perform the games. So let's say you have.
All right, back to my lurk. Unless y'all say some wild shit that brings me back.
There is different cognitive
have a
skills
good lurk, Gravity.
But what we can extract from these behaviors is these cognitive skills that are being applied on a specific moment. They are not human.
So it's learning constantly. Is that okay?
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
And so what percentage of people would you
Have they already implemented this in the games?
We always start with a very high threshold, meaning that we do not necessarily catch everybody, but everybody that we're catching, we're 100% sure. We usually see between maybe 10, 15, 20% of players that are cheating. We are fairly certain
that's how AIs work.
Is much higher.
They've implemented it into one big
that's
game.
Why Andre created AnyBrain.
My kind of estimation based on a bunch of different
they learn
numbers
constantly.
was around 30% are using something to improve.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're thinking along the same lines here.
And they're under NDA, so they couldn't tell me exactly which game, but they had data.
I was going to ask what game it is.
Every time we catch somebody cheating, what we need also is multiple moments that have a very high probability of being somebody using a namebot. So a pro will have very few of these moments because they are just very good, right?
Yes.
But in order for us to make that validation actually get flagged of you using that,
it kind of goes without saying. Yeah.
That means that we would make moves that have a very, very high probability of being aimbots and doing that multiple times.
So let's say hypothetically, I'm only using a very small amount of humanized aim assist. Is this something that you think your system would be able to detect?
Yeah, so first, a lot of people is using that small adjustment that is make it invisible on a video, or if you're watching the stream, it's so difficult because the difference is on human eye, it's almost impossible to catch. But the way we interact is still impossible to make it as a human.
Can you expound a little maybe, or maybe help me understand?
Yeah, how does it make it impossible?
Let's say that you are just adjusting a few pixels.
Yeah.
The way you move with this adjustment, it will be non-natural timing.
Yeah, I was saying it because the guy's ass, so it's always learning. Oh yeah, I was like, yeah, bitch, that's how AI works.
These patterns, it is not human, so that's why we can catch it. People say, oh, he was cheating, I'm sure, because it is impossible to aim on that way. Sometimes it's just lucky, or you are really good. So it's difficult for people to understand, and the result of false claims about, oh, he was cheating or no, because
I think most big FPS streamers are using cheats on some level.
Here, looking just
I can see that.
On pixel level, we can understand this.
After a few hours of
I can see that.
of someone using a humanized aim assist, it would be able to detect that that's happening.
The usual behaviors, like let's say somebody using an aimbot on Warzone, actually real time plus 5 minutes in order to flag somebody who is using that.
To detect someone in real time can take as little as 5 minutes.
Damn.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's pretty quick.
That's really cool. It felt almost like I was in a dream. Like I was going to wake up and tell Olivia that I had a dream.
I can see most big FPS streamers using like even a little bit
We're
of cheats.
confident that something's going to happen, something's going to click in this year.
But it got even better.
2 hours is to create the player profile
for what we call identity fraud.
What they're talking about is a biometric
The constant
profile,
protection they
a
talk about soon
profile
is
as
huge.
distinguishable as your thumbprint or your face.
So this will need the baseline of 2 hours because it's unique to each and every one of us as gamers.
On how you play the game. This means that once you get banned, it's not as simple as creating another account. If you create another account, the AI detects your biometric profile. Every account you make will be banned. There's no hardware ID, it's you.
Damn.
You will be permanently banned from the game with no chance of ever playing it again.
We're fairly confident that some things are about to change.
The implications
That's crazy.
of this are insane, especially if the game has a replay system.
If you have ever cheated and the data is saved server side,
It can
you are
taste
then
you.
able to be caught at any point in the future. If you cheat, you will be caught. It's just a matter of time.
The biometric fingerprint
It's in your
of a pro
walls.
player or a streamer could be
I
seen
don't like
on
that
an
at all.
ARC
It's
account
kinda-
that was hacking
that's
a year
crazy.
ago, or last week or currently. Now, I don't know if these things will be done with this data, but
The
I
future,
can tell
I agree.
you that FPS games,
That's actually
all
wild.
online multiplayer
This
games,
is the best. The birth of Skynet. Yeah.
Now, the Waldo project is different. It plans to put this power of knowing in your hands. A way to know if any player is cheating simply by scanning the gameplay footage, laying bare the truth, and leaving the effects up to us. We now confirm it's possible and, in fact, need your help.
The next
to make it a
cheater should
reality.
be sentenced
A
to
full technical
death.
update of the Waldo
This is the
project
second
is
program
available on
this YouTube
Weekend
guy is a
Samurai's
part of?
channel.
Really?
I think the glory days of online FPS games are not behind us, but are ahead of us. And if you're one of the 1 in 3 people that are cheating in online FPS games, I got one question for you. Are your nipples getting itchy?
What? How did he know that? How did he guess that? Waldo.vision is like taking a clip and plug it in to see if they cheat. Wow. Oh, it's currently under construction. That's actually interesting, though. I scratched. How did he know? That's what I'm saying. How did he guess that? He knew. He's hacking. Well, he mentioned how he got itchy nipples when he was young because he got fake steroids from China. Oh, yeah, he did at the beginning. It's just we reacted so long to the video that I forgot. That. He's clearly cheating. It was a shortcut comparison. I'm still claiming hacks. I recorded that entire... How long was that recording? My nips have been chilling. Oh, you're good then. You're good. No worries. Mine, I felt a little itch. Never cheated online. Yeah, I think that's, people get that way because my nips are hard because it's cold. It is a little chilly in here. Old school GTA is different. That's the issue of kind of branding yourself as a god tier gamer. I've only cheated in story games after beating it. Yeah, I play vanilla, and then if there's hacks, I kind of want to see it. That was 48 minutes. Last time I cheated was GTA 1. Yeah, like after I beat a story game, then I want to see like what other hacks and stuff there are, or maybe story implements, dropping tanks everywhere. That's the essential GTA cheat. That is the essential GTA cheat. Okay. What else I said I was going to do? Oh, let me ask. Let's see. What fast food restaurant? I spelled it wrong, of course. I always spell this word wrong. Only we can turn a 20-minute video into a 48-minute video. Yeah, exactly. And not only did we make it a 48-minute video, we also made it a multiple subject video. Has the best chicken sandwich. How the fuck did we end up going back to fast food? I remember Glitch asked me about it. So I have to know. Oh, here it is. It says Popeyes. So according to AI, the best chicken sandwiches are Popeyes, KFC, Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, and then Jack in the Box. Those are the results. Google says. All right. Now that we close that loop, Skratsx, if you want to watch that Forsaken pro game video, okay, where is it? Let me pull that up. Oh, that's the other one I wanted to watch. Where is it? Clara cheating CS:GO. I need to watch that too. Is it this one? How long is this video? It's this. I'm going to watch that other one too. This. The classic.
Stop shooting me!
Why is it... Yo, what's going on here? Just stop making it auto.
You motherfucker! Oh, snap!
Is it this one?
So we got an AFK already. That's nice.
Does anyone else have this glitch where you can see enemies through walls? Yep. This happened to my friend. I want just the regular clip. I don't want to watch her whole. I just need the clip. The clip was God tier. She was like, I think my friend did it. My friend Clara. I think it's later on. Where's it in the video? The dedication you have to following up is legit. I do follow up, you know. I have to. She tried to be fucking slick, man. Let me tell you. Yeah, she's like, does anyone else have this glitch? Where?
I don't know why. It's weird.
Oh yeah, I think it's right here. Isn't it? The look on her face was priceless.
Yo, you guys, do you guys ever get that that weird glitch in CS:GO where it shows your rank, that it shows everyone's rank? Because my game, I played the other
You can
day-
tell she's just trying to look at the stutter. The stutter tells you that she's actively trying to think of something to cover this. The stutter.
glitch in CS:GO where it shows your rank, that it shows every.
That's when she's thinking. She's like, how am I getting them off my back here?
Yo, you guys, do you guys ever get that that weird glitch in CS:GO where it shows your rank, that it shows everyone's rank? Because my game, I played the other day. I played the other day with Rock, and he got that, and now I have it.
Oh yeah, Rock got it too.
That's why. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what the fuck? Clara! Hold on. Clara, give me one
Clara.
second. Clara. Let me just message this girl. Give me 1 second. Why the fuck is this on my computer right now?
Mm-hmm. Clara, what the fuck?
Where is this? How do I close this?
Let's be honest, guys. You can just look at the chicken and tell she's not good. Yeah. You know she's not good. That's why everyone was calling her out.
I need to text my friend Clara.
Ain't no one staring at her and is like, pro.
Today. What the actual fuck?
Damn it, Clara.
Rock, do you remember when fucking Clara got the fucking vac ban? I'm gonna kill this girl. I'm literally gonna kill her.
Mm-hmm.
She promised me she didn't use it on my PC.
She didn't even get picked last.
Why the fuck? Why the fuck? Okay. I need to abandon this match.
That fucking Clara. How dare she? How dare she?
Clara. Out of all people.
Out of all people, Clara.
I just realized that in my own fucking replay. Oh my god. I'm gonna just quit. Fuck that girl. Hold on, guys.
That fucking Clara. Let's start a community search for Clara. Yeah, we need to find where Clara is. How dare she? I actually kind of like the idea that Clara sabotaged her on purpose. That's kind of funny too. Yeah, could you imagine if Clara was actually real and she was telling the truth? Clara's a salty bitch. I hope Clara got her shit together. Me too. Maybe she's better now. She's so spastic. What if Clara was real? Like, what if she was actually telling the truth this entire time? And Clara, it was behind the scenes just like, got her. Jealous hoes out here. Yeah, you know? Clara's just like, nah, hell no. Nah, hell no. Miss Gemini's getting too big. Nah, I gotta knock her down a peg. I gotta knock her down a peg. You know? I have to. Got him. There goes your career. Got her. You know? God, that's great. That's such a good clip. You know, like she installed the cheats, went back into the shadows. It would be one thing if Clara installed it, but she didn't open it in the game for you since she isn't there. That is also true. That's true. I did not think about that part. That's Clara sneaking back into the shadows after install. What did AI vote for best chicken sandwich? I was on a phone call. It voted Popeyes. Popeyes is the best. Let's just off Clara. Yeah, Clara, like, there's no redemption. There's no redeeming Clara for that. You know? Like, how dare you sabotage your friend who is trying to be a pro gamer? Clara, who do you think you are? Like, what kind of friend does that to somebody? Clara needs to go. You know? Chick-fil-A, the AI is wrong. Popeyes is okay. Like, damn it, Clara. I just love that. That video is, oh, such a classic. Such a classic. Who do you think you are, Clara? Who do you think you are? I thought the other one said Wendy's. Wendy's nut. I feel like I was about to fall right into a D's nuts joke. Yep, there it is. Wendy's nuts hit your face. I was about to look at the page, but I was like, this is cursed. I know that he's about to hit me with a D's nuts joke. I knew it. I knew it. His timing is too good. He catches me when I'm legitimately thinking about it. But then I'm like, no, this is cursed. You got to say, I am like the bowling guy. Curse got these nuts joke for the days. Yeah, not quite got him. It's got close. I almost fell for it. Then I was like, wait a damn minute. This is cursed. Cursed has too many D's nuts joke. Nothing beats the Tipidus one. The Tipidus one and Apocalypse's Aldi's joke. That Aldi's joke, because I legitimately didn't know the name of the store was Aldi's. And so I looked it up. Those two are the best ones. What should I call you? You look like a Lev. I'll never forget the tip one. That was crazy. That was absolutely wild. I cannot believe I fell for that. Yeah, Tipidus. I can't believe I fell for that one. It sounded so much like an alien name. You know? It legitimately sounded like an alien name. And so I can't believe I fell for it. I cannot. Okay. Back to running around the Citadel. Man. What was I doing? Going to 2. The search you did in the game when you heard it. Yeah, I was like, it's because I was fighting too. So I was fighting and I was like, Tipidus. Who? And then I look. And that was too good. I have to repost it on TikTok because they muted the sound. So I have to repost it. What? Did I miss the doctor? Where? Oh, they're right there. Okay. Lame. Yeah, I gotta repost it.
There's got to be something.
I came across this treatment plant at a chemical plant. Could it help?
TikTok is more than likely going to be banned in the U.S. Yeah.
I've never seen this kind of process.
It's GG's.
Probably experimental.
It's GG's. Why they do that? They mute sounds so randomly. So the video's just up, but it's quiet. Rip TikTok, yeah. Damn. So many people are calling their Congress members, but how will it be banned is the question. So the issue is, so there's 2 ways. There's 2 bills for it right now. Josh Hawley came up with one. Okay, elevator, stop talking to me. 90% likelihood unless some American company buys its servers here. Yeah. What is happening with this elevator? Honestly, I'm fine with TikTok eating the dust. Have you ever heard of the Greek hero Bophades? He was one of the heroes who fought in the Trojan War. When he was a child, his mother held him by the groin and dipped him in the river Styx as to make him invincible in battle. However, just like Achilles, he had a weak spot. Because his mother held him by the groin, this was where he became vulnerable. In the case of Achilles, this was his heel. So you may have heard of Achilles' heel, but I bet you have never heard of Bophades' nuts. Bophades. Oh, man. That one was good. That one was good. God. That one was good. That was funny.
One moment, please.
Oh, that was funny. That was so well written, too. So well written. Oh, man. The worst thing about me not knowing there's going to be an attack here is I never got to finish the... I never got to finish listening to the two people talking right here about cheating on their spouses. So well written. It was. That was so well written. I can't even be mad at it. War strategies in the apartments. I can't even be mad at it. That was so well written. War strategist? Is it you? Yep.
Actually, I found a Cagliostauros skull preserved in...
Grass went in that fucking innocent and you soiled him, you sick fucking asshole.
You're kidding. Seriously?
What were you saying about TikTok? Oh. Thank you. You know what gets me every single time on Reddit? What? I ain't gonna lie, Apocalypse, you should have ended it with both of these nuts in your mouth. I feel it would have sold more. Shitty morph? I'm scared. Shitty morph. I don't see how this could be a these nuts joke. But I was saying on TikTok is there's two bills. So the House bill is the, like, Josh Hawley did a short one where it would just ban TikTok. It should be like, boom, TikTok ban. But the one in the House makes it so you can ban, like, any app that has more than 1 million people on it with just, by, I forget what the elected, it's not even an elected official. But it's a government official who can just ban it. And it's not someone that we voted for. You know what I mean? There's too many social platforms. And so the House one, so it would make it like, if they, yeah, it's like the Patriot Act 2.0, right? So, like, if they wanted to ban, like, let's say Genshin Impact. You know, a lot of people play Genshin. They could just go, boom, no more Genshin Impact. But how do they ban it, though? When it's TikTok got all the rims goated. I'm going to post it in Cord because it's too long for Twitch. Okay. But let me. Good, let's ban Genshin. Let's do it. But I think there's another company that they said. What type of shit? Yeah. So it wouldn't just be TikTok's gone, right? It's any app. Like, so, like, there's games that people play that their owners are, like, in China. They just go, boom. Like, would I still have it on my phone? Eventually, it would stop updating, right? Glitch. You'd have the original one, but then it'll stop. It'll stop updating until eventually it just stops working, and you won't be able to update it or anything like that, and it will no longer be available in app stores. You know. So. And so what happens is, like, it's being sold as just Shitty Morph is a specific Reddit user, and he has a very specific comment type. Okay. Let me look. Okay, here it says, I've been collecting various rocks for 20 plus years, and these anhydro agates are an exceptionally rare find. If you ever had a chance to hold one, hold it up close to your ear and shake it. A lot of them make pretty cool sounds due to the trapped water. They can also hold other substances inside of them, such as soil debris, carbon, or even petroleum. This particular anhydro agate that OP posted is actually pretty famous in the rock collecting world, having been discovered all the way back in 1998 when the Undertaker threw mankind off hell in a cell and plummeted 16 feet through an announcer's table. I didn't see that. I did not see the ending coming there. I did not see that part. I did not see that part coming. I did not see that part coming. Every one of his comments hits you with it. They give me every fucking song. I can see why. I literally was like, oh, okay, rocks. And I just didn't see that last part coming. Oh, man. That's dedication. That's dedication. That's actually funny. That was good. One of the most well-known users on Reddit. That was really good. I can't even be mad at it. Let me see. That was good. I did not see that coming. But yeah, Glitch, you just won't be able to update it, and it won't be on app stores anymore and stuff like that. That's pretty much it. At least from what I understand. Researchers in 4. Way to talk to Tally over here. I can't believe we sacrificed TikTok, but it's okay because we'll lose Genshin. You'll also lose, like, games that Riot Games makes. Jesus Christ. Thank you. I need to add that phrase too. Every time I ban a phrase, they get another one. Thank you. But so you'll lose like Riot Games too, because that's another like Chinese publisher. So they could ban Valorant like this. Boom. You know, darn AI. Yeah, they're learning. This is what I was talking about with the Tencent too. Yeah. Oh damn, I missed it. Like the AI are learning. Yeah, it'd be like Tencent, stuff like that. Tencent has a lot of shit, yeah. They looks like 4 to 84% holdings in things like Epic Games, you know, all that stuff. It's only Chinese games or no, it's any foreign thing that they want that has over a million users. Not gonna lie, I'm milking TikTok right now like Rockstar with GTA 5. Yeah, do it. Do it while you can. And so what a lot of people do is they're like, oh, because it's being sold as a TikTok ban, right? It's being sold as a TikTok ban when it's much more than that. Like, much, much more. If I could find a short video, I would. There's probably a TikTok on it. Ironically. PUBG, League, yeah, like all of that. Let me see. What games are owned by Tencent? Let me see. PUBG. Yep, PUBG would be gone. So, League, ironically, a TikTok on why TikTok may be banned. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, we cooked. Warzone, let's go. And we're getting rid of that piece of shit, too. So, League, gone. Valorant, gone. Epic Games, they have 40% holdings in. So, that's potentially Fortnite. You know, stuff like that. PUBG, some of Ubisoft, some of Activision. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot. And that's just games, right? That's just games. And so let me see if I can find one. I need to find one from a reliable content creator, though. It's impossible to get rid of Fortnite. Like, it's possible. You know, it is. Not react. It's called restrict. Did you see any of the congressional TikTok hearing? I did. It was embarrassing, I would say. The sweat's gonna find a way. Let me see. I'm trying to find someone who could sum it up pretty well. I've seen this guy.
Forever, and it's terrifying. How we use the internet is about to fundamentally change forever, and it's terrifying. This is Bill S686, also known as the.
Bro, we should not leave tech and medical decisions to Congress. I agree,
but it does so much more than just that.
American company buys Fortnite, relaunches in 2 weeks.
Ever seen? I encourage everyone to read it by going here and clicking the text tab. But here are the main takeaways. Foreign adversaries can change by definition, but a few are already listed. They are the People's Republic of China, including Hong Kong, Special Administration Region, the Republic of Cuba, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and of course, the Russian Federation and Venezuela under the regime of Nicolas Maduro Moros. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But these definitions can change.
Congress is so fucking old. Half of them motherfuckers fall for phishing emails and shit like that. Exactly.
And virtual tech like VPNs, and basically bans them.
The real question is, when did they cook this shit up? It seems like they just made this for real.
Foreign adversaries. Speaking of VPNs, using VPNs to bypass banned apps such as TikTok is made a criminal act under this bill.
Yeah, so you can't use a VPN to get around it either, because that's a crime. They have no idea what they're talking about. I agree.
Penalty, it's a minimum imprisonment of 20 years and a minimum fine of $250,000.
20 years in jail and $250,000. And a $250,000 fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. A criminal act is crazy. Yeah, minimum 20 years. Nah, it's been going on like decades. It's the same shit, just different masks. Yeah, because I remember net neutrality. Was that it? I remember when that was a big one too. Zuckerberg really wanted Meta to happen, huh? Yeah. People were like, yeah, we don't fuck with Meta. And he's like, you're going to. You're going to fuck with Meta, whether you want to or not, buddy. Also, it's the industrial prison system's wet dream. Exactly. Minimum of 20 years is crazy. So the Congress people doing this are being paid by the Russians or Chinese or whatever to do this. Yeah, net neutrality. Let me tell you, can I open this video in a different way so I can see chat? I wish I can I move this? Hello? Hold on. I'm just going to go full screen for now. Net neutrality was crazy. And I remember I wrote to my congressman and that motherfucker called me a snowflake in the letter. I remember that shit. Net neutrality. Also, yeah, definitely just a new net neutrality. That's exactly what it is. Once that thing happened, net neutrality, it was all bad. Congressman, yeah, my congressman was in the hearing. He asked dumb questions. Like my House of representative was in that hearing. No one in the U.S. ever talks about this shit. No one cares until Congress randomly brings it up again. Yeah. Exactly. You know, and Mark Zuckerberg really wants Meta to happen. We're like, no, Mark. No, we don't want this. And he's like, yes, you do, damn it. You want Meta. You just don't know you want Meta. We need a cutoff age in the government. I agree. Dumbass congressman. I'm saying, man. I am saying. My congressman was in there asking stupid ass questions. But here's the rest of it.
Or $1 million, depending if you knowingly did so to access banned content.
Oh, yeah. So if you knew that you were using a VPN to access banned content, $1 million.
The bill gives the federal government the power to monitor any activity used by these suspected devices, virtual or otherwise. Essentially, they can monitor what you are doing at home 24/7 without even informing you. This includes things such as routers, video games, streaming apps, smart thermostats, Ring cameras, basically anything that uses the internet.
Isn't that crazy? So then if they suspect that you're using a VPN, they can just track whatever they want. Although I already assume that they do that. But motherfuckers would be 80 trying to make decisions for a world they done seen for more than the average person go to walk a dog. Right? There's worse crimes going 100%. But so...
Now, the real terrifying part of all of this, as if that all wasn't terrifying enough, is that the bill goes on to state that this will happen by the president appointing a secretary of communication. That secretary then forms a group on their own without any voter input whatsoever This group can have meetings behind closed doors. They don't have to disclose anything. They can ban and deem anything inappropriate or a risk to security at any moment in time. And if they do, they can go through your instant messages, your emails, text, basically anything that uses the internet, and they can censor it. So in summary, this bill can effectively ban anything the government deems inappropriate extremely quickly without warning. The ramifications of this range from breaking up mass communication methods to even watching the cameras in your home, aka spying on you. It really is that bad, and I am not speaking in hyperbole.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like that's wild. I'm finna turn into Aaron Yeager, bro. I can't take it. Like, this just screams Russian sleeper agent. I'm sorry, it's just so sketch, right? What's this Dollar Tree Jason Sudeikis doing? He does look like Jason Sudeikis. It is sketchy. That's why, like, if you haven't already, you know, go yell at your Congress. Well, don't yell. You have to be nice so they won't listen. But you have to go talk to them about it. Because there's no way, like, I guess they assumed, like, no one was going to read it, right? But then people started reading it. And we're like, yo, what the fuck is this? We've been under surveillance state since 2001. Yeah, and now they're trying to further expand it, I guess, in a way. It's wild. Especially because they can just deem anything inappropriate.
Waiting for you in Bay D24.
It's crazy.
Thank you, Commander. That's going to help immeasurably with some very sensitive work.
Yeah, you're welcome, my boy. You're welcome. That's just wild. Tally's around here? Where the hell's Tally? No, I know it was crazy because the ones they say have short attention spans read the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's people making TikTok videos on each section of the bill. That's how and like normally you'd be saying TLDR, I ain't reading all that shit, but people are reading it now. People are reading it. That's Liara. I know she don't have nothing to say. Who the hell's Tally? Oh.
Of course. We can have ships at the colony in 36 hours. Do you need medical support?
No, evacuating the colony is more than enough. Thank you, Ambassador.
My state's new legislative session, of course, has millions in prison expansion. Yep. They do love that. Prisons make so much money. Tally.
Right here. 3 years ago to the day.
And longer times? Jesus Christ.
What?
This was where Saren's assassins fired at me. I'd just gotten to the Citadel. I didn't
It's
think
fucking
I
crazy.
moved my barriers up. My mistake.
You never told me about this. How bad was it?
Got me in the arm. They used polonium rounds. I was running a fever in minutes. It was the first time I'd been really hurt on my pilgrimage.
Damn, Tally got shot?
The council embassy asked for protection, offered the data on Seren. The Turian clerk called me Suit Rat. He threatened to have me talk.
Suit Rat is crazy.
I didn't leave.
I wish that clerk could see you now.
He just did. That was him back there. I don't think he remembers me.
And you're assisting him in spite.
Suit Rat is wild.
This war is
Seems racially motivated. That's what I'm saying. Suit Rat is a wild nickname.
We are at peace with the Geth. I can't waste my time on a Turian who made me angry. Besides, it all worked out. I made it to the wards.
The clerk can catch these hands? Yeah, we should just sneak him.
Turians will get the aid they desperately need.
I nearly reminded him who I was. Made him apologize.
We gotta sneak him.
In it. Maybe he and I both needed to grow up a little.
The difference is that you helped when it counted.
Thanks, Shepard. So did you.
Isn't it crazy that she took her mask off yesterday and we don't know what she looks like? Ain't no one talking about my Tally like that. Like,
everything looks so peaceful.
She took her mask off yesterday and we never got to see her face. That's wild. I think that's everybody. Let's go to the ship. Suit Rat is wild. That is a wild name. That sucked. I wonder what they think she looks like. What do you think? What do you think she looks like? Let's see. I like the mystery of it. There's mods that let you show her face. Are they actually her face, or are they just what they think her face looks like? Because this is what I'm seeing. I saw it. Is this what her face looks like, or is this what her face looks like? Either way, I'm not going to lie. I'm with it. I'm with it. Oh, there it is. This one. Yo. I'm not going to lie. I understand you now, Glitch. The second one. This one. I understand you now. I think we have an understanding now. Because that's fire. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Like. Yeah, thank you. If you romance her, she gives you a picture of herself without a mask, and that's the one. Oh. I never got a chance to romance her in this game, to be honest. We always found her too late. So, wait, because what if the other countries just ban meta? They're gonna lose regardless. Yeah. Do it. We don't have time to romance her in this one. I'd have to do another playthrough to romance her. Or maybe I'll just watch a video. I want to see the face. I hope they do. Yeah. Fuck meta. Fuck meta, bro. It's like I said. Mark just thinks with TikTok gone, we're going to be like, ooh, romancer. I don't think we have time now. That's the thing. Because she won't even talk to me now. Like, give me like the dialogue options. So I'd have to do like another main mission, but I think it's too late. Imagine all social media banned. That'd be wild. That'd be wild. Cause she's.
Do you ever feel awkward being the only Turian on the ship?
I don't know.
Hold on.
Should I?
She leaves us on red. Yeah, she does. I think we're pretty well entrenched in the friend zone in this playthrough. We may have to watch a video of her being romanced. That sounded weird, but you know what I mean.
Good to see you.
See?
Good to see you.
She's giving me the Liara lines. That's gonna be the real apocalypse. I just realized I've never heard Mark Zuckerberg talk. Here, I'll show you. It's fucking weird. Mark Zuckerberg is weird. I think the main reason they're doing it is because all the news that we see on TikTok. All that news that we see is unbiased news, so he comes from a better point of view. I get what you're saying. Shep in his cabin listening to Cups of the Rose. He's a literal bot, yeah. Let me see. What's that one where he introduced avatars? That's what it was. I'm scared. Lizard Man Mark. Is this the video? When he basically introduced to us VR chat. Let me see. This is a 41-second clip. This is better. Let's see. Hopefully I chose the right one. I'm waiting for it to load. Did I mute the tab? Hold on. I did. My fault. Okay. You ready? Here he comes.
Right, up, down, but also the nonverbal cues that we rely on to communicate with each other and understand tone. Things like raising an eyebrow, squinting.
I swear he's on something during this event.
Or scrunching
yeah,
my
he
nose.
was.
You know, these avatars are way better at capturing those subtleties that define physical interaction. They're just much more natural. And being able to control the lighting on the avatars adds another dimension of life to them. When we move the light around, you can see how it interacts with my hair, or reflects on my skin, and you can even see it in my eyes.
And this is kind of amped up, Mark. This isn't even like
they
chill.
also take a really
Chills
long
up.
time to generate. So we're working on something that's a lot quicker for people to use.
That's not even chill, Mark Zuckerberg. Like, let's look at him during the... I genuinely think he's not real. I would believe that. What if he's like the first real AI? No, but why did they shoot the video like this, making him more bot-like? So what he was doing there, I'll show you the full version. Let me go back. What he was doing was he was trying to show us that Meta's getting avatars. I was thinking of the first Meta showcase. Look up the vid when he's at the... Oh, yeah. So so this is what he was talking about before I get to that one. I mean, literally is a bot, right? You're going to be like, what the fuck? So this is what he was introducing.
Hey, we're here together in Horizon, and this is the first time that we've done this at Connect.
That's what he was introducing. So he was, oh, you don't even see it. This is what he was introducing.
Hey, we're here together in Horizon, and this is the first time that we've done this at Connect. And this is a preview of our next generation of avatars. They're so much more expressive and detailed than anything else today.
Fuck is going on?
This unique meta style
1080
to them. Now it's a lot
even the way he says "hey" is strange. Yeah.
For billions of people, and then give
PlayStation Home on PS3.
Sure your avatar feels like your
that is not his voice. Ain't no way.
To start rolling these out later next year on phone.
So he's like, "Oh, you get avatars! Yay, yay!" You know, like it's just weird. Let me see. Oh, it's this video. I'm just watching the short one. I'm not watching a 32-minute video of it.
Hey everyone, we are live from my backyard where I am smoking a brisket and some ribs. I'm making meats.
I had a mini once.
Here.
I had an avatar on Xbox 360. We had avatars on the Wii.
Smoking.
On the Nintendo Wii. TTS voices sound realer than that? They do.
Smoking these meats. Smoking meats earlier in the day. Smoking these meats, just set the charcoal up and you set the wood chips up, and then smoking meats, grilling meats.
Smoking a brisket. Like nobody give a fuck about meta avatar. Exactly. You can have avatars on the Xbox Series X. Like, we've been having avatars for forever.
Today we got a brisket on the big guy and some pork ribs on the green egg.
Like, there's no way he's real, right?
Meat like a brisket. I got ribs in there. Finishing off the brisket and the ribs. And
I'm having nightmares tonight.
Finishing off this brisket and these ribs.
He's
hopefully for
there's no way he's real.
A lot of brisket and ribs.
Do you know what this makes me wonder? Hold on. Let me see. I have to see if there's one. Oh, there's not. Oh, I thought there'd be a Meat Canyon video. He said brisket like 40 times. Look at his eyes, almost soulless. That's because he's a robot. He's definitely a robot. He is. He's got to be. Like, there's a whole compilation video of it, of him being a robot. Meat Canyon needs one. That's what I was thinking we'd get.
Simple AI to help run our home. I talked to Jarvis using this app I built. It uses artificial intelligence to understand me and figure out what to do.
Surprised they ain't got one. I thought they would. They have an Elon one.
Entertaining her.
All right, let's go check on her.
Senator, I have not heard that.
Okay. Do you think Palantir taught Cambridge Analytica, as press reports are saying, how to do these tactics?
He killed my nigga Tony. Nigga is Jarvis.
Do you think that Palantir has ever scraped data from Facebook?
He took Jarvis, yep.
Senator, I'm not aware of that.
Wait, do you see? Hold on.
Do you think that Palantir has
Watch this guy.
Data from Facebook?
Look at how this guy knows. This guy knows that this is not a real human being. Look at his face. He knows.
Senator, I'm not aware
of that. Is so awkward.
Zuckerberg, I remember well your first visit to Amazon in 2010.
That matched up with the face. That guy looks disgusting.
All right, station. This is Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook. Can you hear me okay?
That dude is like, is that a port on the back of his neck?
Connecting folks.
Hey, Mark, read you loud and clear. It's a pleasure to talk with you today.
That is so awkward. Look how awkward this is.
Did you just hear me okay?
Hold on. Caillou? Not Caillou, bro. Oh, what is this video? I'm dying. I'm physically cringing. It's this part, right when he talks.
Connecting folks.
Hey, Mark, read you loud and clear. It's a pleasure to talk with you today.
God.
Talk to you guys too.
I have to say, when you're building products to try to connect everyone in the world,
it's so awkward.
Folks who are out in space is about as extreme and cool as it gets. So it's awesome to have the opportunity to talk to you guys today. Thanks for doing this.
It's a pleasure.
God,
today.
It's so awkward. What is that?
And is astronaut ice cream a real thing?
Oh my God.
Deb from our studios team is joining me. Deb, do you want to take us through some of the exciting games in the pipeline for Quest?
Absolutely. Over the years, we've had the opportunity to
Why
work
he's
with incredible
smiling so
developers
hard,
like Vertigo
right?
Games, the studio behind
The laugh is all fake.
I love Arizona Sunshine. That game basically got me and my friends through the first few months of the pandemic.
That's
like,
awesome.
why doesn't he
If
use
you
a
enjoyed
PR
it,
person to do
Mark,
this
I think
shit?
excited
He
that
clearly
we're
has
partnering with
negative
Vertigo
social
on
skills.
5 more great games from Deep Silver and others. We'll share more about this lineup
Is
very
it?
soon.
Nice. What else is coming?
Well, the metaverse is
Everything just sounds so robotic. Did you? Nice. What else is coming? Nice. Nice, guys. I don't trust him. He looked like that guy from Star Trek. Ain't no one played that shit at the beginning of the pandemic. Nice. What else is coming? Nice, guys. He's a true Vulcan. Yeah. Nobody played this game.
Now, Deb from our studios team is joining me. Deb, do you want to take us through some of the exciting games in the pipeline for Quest?
Absolutely. Over the years, we've had the opportunity to work with incredible developers like Vertigo Games, the studio behind fan favorite.
This is not a fan favorite. Bro, I'm over here dying. This is not a fan favorite. Nobody played this. To zoom into the lips. Nobody played Arizona Sunshine. No one's played this.
Arizona
And here come Lion Zuckerberg. Here he comes. Watch this lie. I've never seen that game till now. Watch this lie.
I love Arizona Sunshine. That game basically got me and my friends through the first few months of the pandemic.
That game just got me through the pandemic. I love Arizona Sunshine. I'm programmed. Great. What's next? Head ass. Fan favorite vote was between playing the game or a cactus up the ass. Yeah, that's the only way it won. That's the only way. This needs to be an emote, by the way. This right here, this is an emote, right? This has got to be an emote. Bombastic side eye, criminally offensive side eye. This has to be, that has to be an emote. And while I'm doing it, this has to be an emote, right? Like it has to be. That laugh is killing me. Insert game here. Basically got me and my friends through the first few months of the pandemic. He's panting like a dog. He is. Those guys are trapped in space. Yeah, he's like, please help. Look at his face. Please help me, guys. Please. He's holding us hostage here. Please.
Now, Deb from our studios team is joining me. Deb, do you want to take us through some of the exciting games in the pipeline for Quest?
Absolutely. Over the years, we've had the opportunity to work with incredible developers.
Send help. Marcus is trapped in his basement.
Fan favorite, Arizona
He's like, I ain't signed up for this. Here we go. Here's his lie.
Arizona Sunshine. That game basically got me and my friends
Absolutely.
through the first few months of the pandemic.
That's awesome.
Why did that pause time? That's awesome. They're all robots at Meta. Yay. That's awesome. That's awesome. Why the fuck Shorty so giddy? This.
That's awesome.
What is this?
The pandemic.
That's awesome. If you enjoyed that, Mark,
Zoom in on the face.
If you enjoyed that, Mark, I think you'll be excited
She's a
that we're
paid
partnering with
actor.
Vertigo. Awesome.
I gotta see more.
First few months of the pandemic.
That's awesome. If you enjoyed that, Mark, I think you'll be excited that we're.
Why is she so happy about that? Me and my friends played this game that no one's heard about in the entire pandemic. You know, like no one's heard of this game, but we played it.
I think you'll be excited that we're partnering with Vertigo on
Chick-fil-A employees don't act
Deep
this
Silver
happy.
and others. We'll share more about this lineup.
Oh my
very soon.
god.
Nice. What else is coming?
Well,
Nice. What else is coming? This is his first conscious AI project. It is.
the metaverse is constantly evolving. So one of the most important aspects will be live service games that launch updates and new downloadable content regularly.
Why is she holding her thumb like that? She's just, her thumb doesn't move. And he still can't hit. Yeah, he can't. He didn't. Zoom in on the hands is crazy. Her thumb is not moving.
Like Echo VR, Beat Saber, Onward, Pistol Whip, and more.
Pistol whip? AI glitch? It is. Robotics are complicated. What the fuck game is Pistol Whip?
Aspects will be live service games that launch updates and
Her
new
thumb
downloadable
just-
content regularly. Like Echo VR, Beat Saber, Onward, Pistol Whip.
What is that? What the fuck is Pistol Whip Smoke and Thunder? This whole interview a lie? The only game that exists here is Beat Saber. Sound ass? It does.
And more. We're focused on this.
Beat Saber? What's that? I've seen Beat Saber. I've seen that one. The other games, you can't tell me those are real. Because I beat my Saber a lot. Didn't see that one coming. I'm not going to lie.
Beat Saber has a passionate community.
Oh, I love Beat Saber.
Oh, I love Beat Saber. Why did he say it like that? Typo. Why did he say it like that? Both of these. Oh, I love Beat Saber.
Community.
Oh, I love Beat Saber.
Why did he say it like that?
We're focused on this a lot right now, making sure games can build out active communities.
He meant beating his saber for sure. Yeah, the way he said that was like, let me see. Let me find something. Hold on. I know exactly what I'm thinking of here. I need to close some of these tabs. Okay, hold on. Beat Saber has a passion community. He ain't never lied. I love human Beat Saber. Hold on. I think I have this. Let me lower this down. Can I play both at the same time? That's what I'm worried about. Yeah, this is what he's doing. It's gonna stop it, isn't it?
Beat Saber has a passionate community.
He's just, you know exactly what he's referencing here. You know? We know. I think I can make this work. Hold on. This seemed like the videos they made us make during the school year. Exactly. That's why she was like, this is awesome. Awesome. Like, bruh, we know. We know what you mean. Weird ass. Let me see. Lower to like right there. Yeah, there it is. Ready? I'm gonna go back to when she's talking.
Beat Saber has a passionate community.
Oh, I love Beat Saber.
So do I.
Seem to be replacing Larry and Sergey.
Mark Zuckerberg, man.
People out here.
Oh, I love Beat Saber. I love it.
Passionate community.
Oh, I love Beat Saber.
So do I.
Seem to be replacing
So
Larry
do I. So do I. Like, these are school projects. They paired these motherfuckers up 2 days before this was due. You know?
Sergey, as the people out here who everyone's
Look at him.
talking about.
I love meat flavor.
You're just staring at
Is that
me.
a question?
Yeah.
We were warned.
Oh. What the fuck? I'm gonna use this as an animated emote.
Question.
Yeah.
We were warned.
That part right. What the fuck? They were both assembled at the same factory. You're just staring at me. Is that a question? Let me look at it. Oh, the
You're just
mouth
staring.
noise. Ew.
You're just staring at
Is that
me.
a question?
Yeah.
You're just staring at me. I hate him with a passion. He's spooky as fuck. This guy is giving me major uncanny valley vibes. Jesus.
We were warned.
God.
And Trump all use these increasing amounts of data.
This guy looks so uncomfortable. The mouth noise was diabolical, wasn't it? That was crazy. Oh, I hate that.
To focus our activities.
Why is he drinking water like this? Just drink it.
Conservatives.
That guy has seen the inside. I think that's his programmer. What about he really is an alien?
Is a final question. Can you assure?
Are the allegations
Oh,
true
that's
that you were
what the
Final question. Can you?
Why'd they put the slurp noise in there? When I wake up from having nightmares, I'm waking you all up in the Discord. Bruh, think he finna get assassinated. Why did they?
Final question. Can you?
Why did he do that into the microphone?
It's conservative.
Do you hear?
And I just was a final question. Can you assure?
Are the
God.
allegations true that you were secretly a lizard? I'm gonna have to go with
I actually enjoyed the slurp sound. I'll allow it. All right, if you allow it. Like,
I'm gonna have to go with no on that. I'm
because he's not a lizard. He's not a lizard. He's a robot or an alien. That was his lizard tongue.
I'm gonna have to go with no on that. I am not a lizard.
Was your data included in the data sold to the malicious third parties?
He can shapeshift. Yes.
Your personal data.
Yes.
It was.
I can't wait to play this. And they keep partnering with incredible artists to release new music packs all the time. Did you play the Billie Eilish music pack last month?
A little more than I should have. I probably should have been working more on this metaverse presentation.
What?
The time. Did you play the Billie Eilish music pack last month?
They brought
A
it
little more
back.
than I should have. I probably should have been working more on this metaverse presentation.
Well,
He's
they
clearly,
have a-
yeah. He's thinking, who the fuck is Billie Eilish? Look at her facial expressions. This is acting. Why did she get an Oscar for this shit? Insert popular music artist. Yeah, he's like, insert any artist I have to love. That's the programming. And look at these fucking thumbs. Not gonna lie, she need an award. Her thumbs never move. They're always
They have a
look.
great-
They don't move. I need to slow this down. Playback speed. Exactly, it's a template. Insert game here, insert musical artist, say, what else? She flicking me off with them bitches. Look at it.
Well, they have a great lineup of artists.
That's the first time they moved. And the entire time that she has been talking. From all the metagaming. Yeah.
For
Like,
2022. And there's one more epic surprise before the end of the year. So stay tuned. Okay, have you played Population 1?
I mean, yeah, I love the game
Well-
so much that
yeah, yeah. I love Population 1. Population 1's my game. Cap. Have you played Population 1? Yeah. Of course, bro. I love Population 1. Oh, I fucking love it, bro. Population 1. And why did she ask it like
a
that?
little more than I should have. I probably should have been working more on this metaverse presentation.
Well, they have a great lineup of artists.
No
for
one is this
2022.
fucking happy.
And there's one more epic surprise before the end of the year. So stay tuned. Okay, Have you played Population 1?
It's like she just learned the line. Have you played Population 1? And look at him. Of course, bro. My programming says I played Population 1. People, in fact, didn't stay tuned. Sub slut. Wow, Lev. I told some new classmates I was racist. Some were confused. Others didn't believe me. And some gave me props. Is that the guy from Hollywood Heights? Remember? No, this is Mark Zuckerberg, bro.
I mean, yeah, I love the game so much.
Look, I mean, yeah.
Have you played Population 1?
I mean, yeah, I love
Jesus Christ.
For the year. So stay tuned. Okay. Have you played Population 1?
I mean, yeah, I love the game so much that
for those who haven't,
He couldn't finish his sentence. Why did I pause there? Look at that. What? Look at this smile, bro. Get it off.
How many data categories do you store? Does Facebook store?
Did she just call it Spacebook? I screenshotted that. Did she just call it Spacebot? New Discord PFP. Yeah, I'm going to make my Twitter PFP Mark Zuckerberg. I have to. Did she say Spacebook?
I love the game so much that
for those who haven't,
how many data categories do you store? Does Facebook store?
No, she didn't.
On the categories that you collect?
Senator, can you clarify what you mean by data categories?
There's some past reports that have been out there that indicate that that Facebook collects about 96 data categories for those 2 billion active users. That's 192 billion data points that are being generated, I think, at any time from consumers globally. So how many does Facebook store out of that? Do you store any?
I'd have been like, what the fuck was that question? Like, what the fuck was that?
Senator, I'm not actually sure what that is referring to.
God, what the fuck? Why? Prove you're not a robot by subscribing to the channel. I can't. Oh, I hate these clips. This shit is so cringe. Going back to the topic of senators that don't know anything about tech. Yeah. Yeah, why'd she ask it like that? Back, and I love how everywhere your stream is. Yeah, it's all... I just noticed the back arch. I love how everywhere your stream is. Yeah, we're all over the place today. This back arch is crazy. Damn. Look at that. Damn. How did we get here? He tooting that shit up. Arch for Drake. Ready for that back shot. He is. It's going to be, where's that guy at? This guy. He's ready for that guy. Is there a video for the entire Congress meeting with the TikTok CEO? Yeah, I believe so. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. It's because I said I never heard Zuckerberg talk. Oh yeah, glad we got here. I stopped asking how we got here. Just accept it. Yeah, I'll find the link right now. We just random. That is a crazy video. Copy link. Let me mute the tab so I can make sure this is it. Accept the facts that Skratsx hasn't thrown it back and we need him to. Okay. It's a long video, Sora. It's like 7 hours, the hearing. But I'm messaging it to you right now. That's fine? Okay. There you go. I messaged it to you. There you go. That was wild. That Mark Zuckerberg, that was wild. They need to get... Did Elon have one? Let me see. Is there an Elon one? I'll watch it to sleep and remember it all in the morning. It's not a skill I have. I just pretend I can. Osmosis. Elon Musk. Oh my God, I hope they made an Elon one. I'm looking for it. The best part is the guy who doesn't know how algorithms work out himself. The hearing is just great. When he was like, let me see if I can find that clip. Eye dilation. Congress question. Maybe. I just pretend I can. Is it this one? How long is this video? 4:07. That's a bit too long, YouTube. It's a bit too long for my liking. Oh, look. The thumbnail. There's my congressman right there. Fuck's sake, bro. There he is. Is it this? No. There's a TikTok video. I don't know why I'm looking on YouTube for a short video. It's got to be in here. Eye dilation. Dumbass congressman. He is. He is, man. Oh.
And you know, research has shown that
This
TikTok
guy.
is the most addictive platform out
Why
there.
do they do this to his
and
face?
that's why you're here today.
I just realized
because
it.
2/3 of all the youth in our country
Look at it.
are on your app. They spend an average of 95
Fast
minutes.
forward.
That you get that we collect.
Oh, here it
As
is.
we've been told, is because it has the most advanced algorithm.
Why'd they use the filter on
face
it?
data that you get, that we collect, is when you use
Oh, there's the
filters to
sunglasses.
see sunglasses on your face, we need to know where your eyes are. Why do you need to know what the eyes are if you're not seeing if they're dilated? And the data is stored on your local device and deleted after use if you use it for facial.
Jesus Christ.
Again, we do not collect body, face.
This is all fucking Clara's fault. It is. That's the reason they called him in. Because Clara's installing hacks everywhere. And she's the one stealing data. That fucking Clara. We have to call Clara right now. We have to. The George Bush eyes. Fucking Clara. Why is this shit on our computers? I'm the one stealing data. Give me 15 minutes. I'll send you your address. Those people scared me. I'm not going to lie to you. Those people scared me. I've seen where like people get crazy in video games and next thing they know, someone sent them their address. That's wild. Absolutely wild. Let me close this. Some of these tabs have to close. I need to make notes of everything. I miss the days people used to read me my address. Those days were wild. I don't miss those. I'm not going to lie to you. I do not miss those days. You know? I'm perfectly fine with not having my address read to me, to be honest. You know? I'm pretty good with it. My favorite response I've ever done was, thanks for reminding me, I almost forgot where I lived. I mean, that's a good chill response. That's a good response. If someone's so fucking bad that they resort to hacking you, they're a next level scrub. I agree. You know? I agree. But don't let Clara hack you. Clara's different. Clara's way different from other hackers. You know? What was I doing? At the time my IP changed, every time my internet went down, /router reset. So booting lasted like 30 seconds. Damn. So they didn't even get good stuff. Turns out it's Clara paying all these Congress members to fuck up the internet. That's what I'm saying. Is there a sound for that? You think they have a sound redemption for Clara? You got your ass whooped, accept the whooping, and go to the next game. That's what I did. You know? I always just thought I was bad. That's why I never really thought about people hacking. I just assumed I was bad. So, let's see. Clara. Nope. I'm not seeing Clara. All I'm seeing is Laura Croft. Weird. There's a way to stop certain packets from entering your router, aka preventing DDoS. Shouldn't those come, or you can send back the packets they send you multiple fold? That's actually interesting. I did not know that. There's no Clara sound, unfortunately. I feel like it needs to be one, though. I feel like it needs to be one. Let's be honest. Let's just all admit that nothing big is happening today in Mass Effect. This is basically a facade of a gameplay stream as a just chatting stream.
Commander.
Okay, never mind. Nothing's getting done. We've ran around a little bit, but we're just chatting. Let's be honest. We're a just chatting stream today.
Commander.
With just a little ambiance. Chat lied about Burger King? Petty, let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what. Let me close this out. Hold on. I uploaded Chuck Norris into my router. Come at me. Yeah, no one's getting around that. Let me open the paint back up. So, chat put Burger King as an S tier food in the rankings. Do you remember that? They did. They made it S tier. So I, having believed that, decided to go and try Burger King yesterday. Because maybe I was wrong. Because I fully expected chat to put in an F and it got to S. Right? Well, hold the fuck up. Yes. Not all chat. Not all chat. Not everyone put it, but it got voted to S tier. You know? Not all chat. You're right, Doc. You're right. And so I went to Burger King yesterday to try it. And I was told I ordered the wrong thing, but the point is I ordered it and immediately got sick upon eating it. So what I had to do after that happened is I crossed that shit out of S and I moved it myself to C. Because it does not belong. Only people like Glitch, Strange, or Curse. What did you order? I got a Whopper. And I was told that was my mistake. That I should have got a chicken sandwich. Or a quad stacker. Them fuckers sus. But Whoppers are nasty. Like, I can't allow it to stay at S. That was your mistake? That's what I've been told. He basically abused his power. I did. I have a friend who knows like 11 coding languages, super smart, good hacker type shit. Here's a list of things I know he can do so far. I added him on Discord, and he showed me my email, password, Discord token, card on my Discord, and payment address. He showed me someone trying to hit him off, showed the packets that were showing up, and showed his laptop sending those packets 9 to 10 times more than what he sent them. He can get into your camera. I've seen him show me what was on someone else's screen. Jesus Christ. But he's a good dude, just showing me what he could do. Jesus. Should have gotten the Texas Whopper. We fucking told him that he did. I said I'll try it again. He's not in my server, though. Okay. I'm calling BS on the fact Subway is F tier. I mean, that, it just got voted that way. I did not vote, but it did get voted that way, of it being an F. But I said I'd be willing to try it again. Subway is below S tier. F tier. Yeah, below F tier. I said I'd be willing to try it again, but I need some time to get over the trauma that I experienced. The fact that you got sick and only moved it to C means it must have been bussin'. So what I did was, it was okay, right? Someone told me it was like better than McDonald's and stuff. It's not. It's not better than McDonald's. But it was cool. Like, it tasted fine. It wasn't great. So it was like a C taste. I didn't even count the fact that I got sick into my ranking of it until I got mad talking about it. You know what I'm saying? And so I had to move it. Subway is okay, but the people who say the argument, you make your own sandwich and vote other places like Chipotle and Moe's for smoking dick. Like, it was cool. It was cool. It wasn't anywhere near my favorite place I've ever been. But like, it's a place like, if it was there and I needed food, like I was hungry, I'd stop. But I would never be like, damn, today's the day. I'm fucking going to Burger King, boys. Get that drive-thru ready. Chipotle is top. Subway fucking sucks. Chipotle's good. I fuck with Chipotle. I still haven't tried the Keith Lee special. I've been meaning to, but I haven't gotten there. I said BK was an A or B. I'd be fine if someone put it in B. Like, I would have compromised. I was shocked it got S. Me too. For all the shit that I hear people talk about Burger King, when it went to S, I was surprised. BK and C at best. That's what I was thinking. I'd be like, if we had to negotiate, B is the highest I would absolutely go. The absolute highest. But then someone said I should have just gotten breakfast there because the breakfast is better. You can have that opinion, but if your argument you have against that is you make your own food, you're dumb. Burger King is okay. If you want a natural, eat a Whopper. Yeah, I learned that. I'm telling you, Skratsx, these votes are whack sometimes. Yeah, I was shocked. I think it belongs at B, to be honest. If we negotiated, I'd be fine to put it at B. But it should not sniff S tier. It does not belong at S at all. Like, there's no way. A lot of these votes got to be racist. Fucking Werther's Candy, S tier, get the fuck out. Like, let's just be real. There's no universe in which Burger King, Wendy's, Chick-fil-A should be in the same gathering. You know what I'm saying? Whataburger, none of that. I think the argument they were making about you making your own subs was if it's shit, you made it, so it's your fault. Yeah, no. That's what they're like. The reason your sandwich is bad is because you made it. That was a lot of the argument. But the argument is dumb. It's easy to make a shit sandwich with shit ingredients. That is true. Yeah, Burger King does not. You can make a Subway sandwich however you want. Their food is shit, period. Yeah, Burger King and fucking Shake Shack in the same tier, fuck off. That's what I'm saying. Burger King, look. This shit does not belong up here. You can shuffle the shit around. It still tastes like shit. Believe me, I hate Subway. Yeah. And the other one I've been hearing about is Regulus is mad that KFC is in D tier. He is pretty fucking mad about that. He feels disrespected that KFC is in D tier. Tier lists are cool, but next week instead of a tier list, we should try a tourney bracket. Like restaurants going up against each other or whatever we're doing. KFC sucks. I'm mad about KFC too. Should have been F. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Go to my server announcements. I'd rather eat Arby's than KFC. Like that. Let me go to your server announcements. Where you at? I'm in too many servers. Same. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we could do this. I wouldn't mind this. I know that this right here is going to be heated. Let's say we took these fast food restaurants, right? Shuffled them. Because the first thing is we'd have to agree on who's the seating, right? But if we didn't do that, we'd shuffle it. We just completely shuffle it at random. And then do it like this. It could get heated. Just shuffle it at random. Yeah, it'd have to be random. We can't seed it. It's like if we did, let's look at the categories. Let's look at a random one. What's one that people would get heated about? Like if we just chose, let me look, AMC shows, Avatar, please. Bro, I'd fight people. Yeah, it would get heated. But let's say we did. Let me look at video games. Right? Like if we did this, right? Let's say we took these video games. This is way too many video games. But you see what I'm saying? Breakfast cereal, candy. I think we've done both. Let me see. Well, let's say we took these games, right? Like some of the greatest games of all time and put them in a bracket. Yo, what's up, bro? Basic. Ice cream? I'm pretty basic on ice cream. So mine wouldn't be great. Yeah, we did candy and we did cereal and chips. So here was the results of those. What's up, brother? Yo, how are you? So here's the candy list, Pam. Here's the candy list. Who the fuck made this list? The game list? Where is it? This is a lot of games. Cartoon superhero. Yeah, so we could do like cartoon superheroes and imagine like putting something that people are super passionate about like that, right? And putting them in a bracket where it's random. You just take it at random. And see how like we were arguing over just tiers where they could be in any one. But imagine like this. Just like a game. And like the other thing's just eliminated. It's just not in there. Is there a Marvel superhero one? Oh, there probably is. I spelled heroes wrong, but you know what I mean. Oh, let's just go Marvel. All Marvel media. I feel like this is based upon movies. I want characters. Movies, characters. Nope. Black Panther S tier. If not, I leave right now. No, so here's what we're talking about, Strange. Instead of doing it as a tier list, making it a bracket where we just assign things randomly, right? This is not a good one. I need... Ooh, I'll fight someone in the MCU bracket. Yeah. Black Panther is an okay movie at best. His character's okay at best. In movies or MC? I think we do in the movies. DC versus Marvel superhero tier list. So see, like, imagine we took all of these characters. Black Panther was fire when it came out. Imagine we took all these characters and put them into a bracket. Right? Not neither. I'm talking comics. So let's just say, like, we base it on anything that you know about the characters, right? Put these in a bracket and just have you go at it. Movies or Marvel comics is what I was asking. Strange said he's talking comics. Right? Like, we get heated over these. Imagine a single elimination bracket. You know? Like, imagine that. That'd be wild. That would be absolutely wild. People were going to that without even knowing it was about superheroes because of the black cast. Yeah. He's a great character, though. Like, man, an MCU bracket? Like, what if we just made, like, this one? If we took the MCU and put it in a bracket. Black Panther wasn't anywhere near being the best Marvel movie. I agree it's not the best. It's not the best one. That doesn't mean the movie isn't great. See, I'd argue and say underrated, but I get you. Wakanda Forever, yes. But, so like, let's say should we do this? We could do a tournament. We could take MCU movies, right? Not the shows, though, I'm not going to lie. Not the shows, because I refuse to do, like, She-Hulk and shit. Captain America Winter Soldier shits on Black Panther. The movie is S tier. So here's what I'm saying. Instead of being like a tier list, making it a tournament. I'm on Marvel Comic TikTok. I'm not referring to characters right now. I'm referring to how people treat them in terms of power. Like, this could be an interesting list. You know? Or not list, tournament. I love his character. You know? So we could think about it. We could talk about it. But we'd have to make it random. Like, we don't get to decide who seeds what, because then we'd be here forever. And where did Bucky get his arm? In terms of power, then Captain Marvel. So I think if we do Marvel, then for a villain, Ultron. I got you. So what we'd have to do, disagree 100%. I think we'd have to just base it upon the movie itself, right? We'd have to do it based on the movie. Captain Marvel in movies is like number 4 hero-wise. So we'd have to randomly seed it. But it could be interesting. Dude, Captain Marvel is literally the strongest one. Oh yeah, here's the candy tier list. Here's the cereal tier list. Okay, the movie itself. That's what I'm thinking. Not do I like this hero the most, but was this movie the best one? I think is how we'd have to do it. Like, it just be on the movie, not necessarily who's the strongest. You know? I think that's how we'd have to do the tournament. And then we'd have to just vote. We'd poll up and vote on who wins. And then that would be the tournament. And see who wins. What is the ultimate MCU movie? Not TV show, though. Because I'm not doing this. I'm just not doing She-Hulk. That show is not good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just refuse. So it'll be movies. Then yes, Captain Marvel isn't anywhere being near great as a movie. Yeah. So, like, because we could talk about the strength of the characters, but we need to talk about the movie itself. I think in terms of power based off power scaling, last time I scaled the Avengers, it's Thor, Scarlet Witch / Doctor Strange, then Captain Marvel. You know, so the movies. So we'd have to, like, get the list of all of them and then shake them up randomly. I really wish they didn't dumb down Ultron, man. That is like the end game villain. Yeah. Nega Chin for best villain. Amen. We love the Nega Chin. I gotta find that clip. The Nega Chin. Where is it? Tabs muted. I keep muting tabs. The Nega who? You know. You know who it is.
Oh, don't worry. You'll all get your chance.
The Crimson Chin!
Wrong!
The Nigga Chin!
You know who it is.
The Nigga Chin!
You what?
Oh, man. You know who it is.
Wrong! The Nigga Chin!
I forgot about this. God, it was such a good show. Such a good moment, too. The Nega Chin. Oh, man. That's great. That is great. Is there anything else I need to run around and collect while we're just chilling? There's one of this guy going. It asterisked it out. Skratsx coming out in all his glory right there. Yeah, you know. I should make that an intro and just put my face over it. I should do that. Just put my face over that. And that'll be my stream starting screen. Yes, I think I need to do that. You know? Leave the audio and everything where it's like, the Nega Chin! That'd be great. I need to do that. I would fucking die. That'd be so funny. That wouldn't even take very long for me to do either. I may do that and just tweet it and then put it as the screen tomorrow if I can make that happen in time. That's so funny. The Nega Chin. I'm on the game screen. Okay. The Nega... I gotta... One more time. Just one more time.
The Nigga Chin!
I'd put my face right here so we keep the chin. Right here. Just get...
The Nigga Chin!
The Nega Chin. Oh, man. That would be great. I have to. I have to do that. I have to. That'd be so funny. Okay. I don't think... Priority of the Citadel, yeah. I think there's not much I need to do. I love this chat. It's so much fun. I love it. I love it. And the thing that I love is that we go from like legitimately serious conversations to the most ridiculous stuff out there. And we get distracted like this. Like this. Like when we were talking about, where's that clip? Lovable Chaos, exactly. When we were talking about this video right here, the peekaboo video, when we were talking about This
chased by an alligator.
Ridiculous? What's so ridiculous about racism? It's great. When we were talking about this, we initially were talking about AI anti-cheats. And somehow we ended up talking about this.
But I don't think that's going to work. I'd use a tree. Where'd you go? Peekaboo.
Peekaboo. Skratsx, look at this shit in DMs. Okay. Like, we were talking about AI anti-cheat. And then ended up looking... Also, you're appearing off. On Discord? It's really Sora's fault. Damn. Oh, my bad. I keep forgetting to... There we go. Damn. Where'd you get this at? 1 of 9? I've never seen 9 straight on Twitch. 9 straight is crazy. Those are my fucking ads? For who? Me? You shouldn't be getting ads. You're subbed. Nah, Lino. Oh. Damn. Lino's getting a bag out of you guys. 9 straight ads is fucking crazy. Look at Lino getting his bag. I've only seen 1 of 7. I've gotten 1 of 8. This is why I had ad block for Twitch, but no. They had to disable it. Isn't that because it lowered your screen quality? Like you were stuck at 480 or something like that? 1 of 9. Damn. Get that bag, though. I got 1 of 12. Jesus. This dude collecting as much money as possible. 1 of 9 is crazy. I've had some people come through and say they got 6 straight from me. But I legitimately have not touched my ads thing. So Twitch does what Twitch wants to do with that. I haven't even touched it. Like, I always forget to. That's wild. I let Lino know he's my op now. I don't think, unless he, like, hit that run ads button, Twitch is wild. Like, you know, the new CEO said, we got new ways for streamers to earn some revenue. Run them ads, my boy. Run them. I think he said basically said that. New CEO better hope I don't got baby oil on me when I catch him. I take my ads away for people entering the stream. Yeah, like I hope people don't get pre-rolls. Pre-rolls are the worst. We don't be slipping. Worst thing you can have is is ads the second they enter. If I ever hit affiliate, I'm running a 24 ad only stream. You have to. What I want to do, Doc actually made me think about this, is this. Let me see if I can find it. So let's say someone got ads entering my stream, right? So let's say they enter my stream, and then when they finally get past ads, right? This is what they see.
By all the wine coolers I saw, I was scared I wouldn't pick the right one. Luckily, I did. It was the most refreshing one of them all.
Like, imagine you just got done watching ads, and then you come into the stream, and it's just me watching more ads. Like, could you imagine? My ads are 3 minutes an hour, but sometimes it's 8. Sometimes it's 5. Each ad is a different length. Yeah. I would insta sub right there. But it should be a set amount of time total. You can turn off pre-roll ads if you have at least 3 minutes of ads per hour. I need to look at it. I'm telling you guys, if we had infomercials with white people doing stupid fucking shit, I would add the fuck out of you guys. Yeah. Like, imagine, let me see it. Hello, YouTube. It's because I have too many tabs open. We need to close some of these. But I need them open for when I remember what we were doing. Dumb infomercials. Let's see. Not infomercial whiteness. Yes. Yes, Doc. Yes. Let me see. That's extra white. Look up the most ridiculous infomercials. That's exactly what I was doing. That's exactly what I was doing. Infomercials. That's product. People from infomercials can't do anything right. Ooh, this sounds like the video. Like, just imagine you come in the stream, and these are the ads you get.
Millions of women like yourself suffer from a poor night's rest. Sleeping on your side without proper breast support can be a major culprit.
I pulled up enough hair, dog hair, out of my carpet to make another dog.
It's the problem in the marriage bed that no one likes to talk about.
Is life hard?
That's
White
why they
person,
call it
it's so
silent
hard.
But deadly.
When you put tiny hot dogs on a plate, grill, or other cooking device, because of their round shape, they roll all over the place, and many end up on the ground. What a waste!
We can do better than this video. We can do better. We can do better. This is top 10, but it's Watch Mojo. I hate when that happens. Same. I refuse to watch a Watch Mojo video. I just can't do it. Ooh, first world problems? This is too... Okay, please tell me this one's good. Waiting for it, you know. Also, my grill is level.
Are you suffering from pungent pits, foul feet, beastly butt odor? How do you stop the stink? Hi, I'm Adam J, and this is Doc Bottom's Ace Spray, the all-new, all-over deodorant that prevents odors before they start and can be used anywhere, and I mean anywhere on your body.
Doc Bottoms
goes where other deodorants can't.
Love it.
Ace Spray your butt, Ace Spray your feet, Ace Spray under your arms. You can even Ace Spray your privates. Ace Spray is safe for all your odor zones. Our revolutionary formula safely protects you against embarrassing
This is for people who just don't want to use soap, you know?
Bacteria. It's that simple. No bacteria, no stink.
I work hard for a living. I sweat a lot. I got odors and.
This dude right here looks like he smells like shit, right? Like, no offense to this guy. I mean, he's probably gonna be offended. But like, it's called Speed Stick. It's not expensive. Look at this guy. Just kind of gives off, I don't wear deodorant, you know?
In special places. And with Ace Spray, I don't have to worry about that anymore.
With Ace Spray, now that I got Ace Spray, I smell good as hell. Before, everyone told me I smelled like shit. But now, look at me. I bought Ace Spray, and by golly, I smell like fucking roses. Thank God for Ace Spray.
My butt.
Call an order right now.
Gives off diet of preventable disease vibes.
As
Exactly.
a mother and former beauty pageant winner, I love to look my best.
Oh, he looked like he stank, right?
About stickiness.
And he kind of sounds...
I don't have to worry about that.
I think he's sweating in this video. Wait, is this at the highest? Yeah, it's at the highest quality. Okay, I just had to make sure.
Zone. Our revolutionary.
This person's farting, for the record. Ace Spray's not helping with this.
Spray is safe for all
now that I look at
odor zone.
That, do you see where this gas is coming from? That, Ace Spray's not stopping that.
Revolutionary formula safely protects you
But
against embarrassing body odors by neutralizing odor-causing bacteria.
Where is it?
It's that simple. No bacteria, no stink.
I work hard.
Spray that coochie, woman. I think he's sweating in this clip.
For a living, I sweat a lot. I got.
Smells terrible, yeah. Hey, baby, I got you some Ace Spray because you've been smelling crazy.
I got odors and special.
I think he's sweating in this clip. He looks like he's sweating. Infomercial montage, First World Problems by Jamin Smith. Okay, I'm gonna look at it. We're here. We're looking at the infomercials.
Places and with Ace Spray,
He is sweating. You see these? Like, he's already sweating here.
About that anymore.
He's definitely got swamp ass. Yeah.
Before you stink up the place.
As a wife, mother, and former beauty pageant winner, I love to look my best.
This voice.
That's why I'm so excited about Sticky Nips.
With Sticky Nips, I feel.
Wait a minute.
Mother and former.
What?
I got odors in special places, and with Ace Spray, I don't have to worry about that anymore.
What?
Call an order right now before you stink up the place.
I got too hold on. I got too distracted by her voice to pay attention. I didn't even notice that the website was right here.
Mother and former beauty pageant winner,
Bro, just watching it without the sound is making me laugh. Thank goodness for Sticky Nips.
love to look my best. That's why I'm so excited about Sticky Nips.
With Sticky Nips, I feel sexy, I feel excited, and
With Sticky Nips, I feel sexy. The one that I told you about, we must visit the website. You know, I'm willing to do it. StickyNips.com. Up. It's down. It doesn't work. I feel sexy when they're sticky too. Let me see. All right, I'm about to watch the video. Oh, yeah. First world problems. Oh, I'm here for it. First world problems, then we're getting back to the other one. Not surprised who's buying that shit. Not me. Here we go. I muted the tab again. Hold on. I keep forgetting I mute tabs so that they don't play unexpectedly. Here we go. Yeah. We love using a knife to open a jar. That's peak jar opening, you know? This video is great. We love that. Damn. We all have that problem. Oh. Damn. Oh, that's rough. I hate when that happens. I hate when I run over a hose. The ultimate white people list right here. Are you too fucking old to open a jar? Try. Die, old lady. Damn. Oh, I hate when that happens. Don't you just hate when the attachment to the hose isn't on and it just pops off? Damn. Oh. Yeah, that's what I do. When stuff's broken, I just let it continue to be broken. The fake back pain reacts are the best infomercials. Bro, I love these. That's what I do. I just stand there as it's continued to be broken. And I'm just like, damn, I'd fuck you guys up if I had these ads. I wish they let me choose ads like this. I wish. I'd open an incognito tab to watch my own ads. I wish I had ads like this. Yeah, love giving the dog a walk. Love this. You know, she thought, I'm going to kill two birds with one stone here. I'm going to give my dog a walk and give it a bath. You know, because that's peak efficiency. Love getting hurt after I put up the gate. Look at that. I'd have those Betsy Ross cake mix ones. I love those. I'd be blasting too many of these ads. I'd play these so much. You guys would be begging for more in the end. Look at this. Look how badly she just hurt herself. Oh. Look at this. Oh, that's step over. That's when she did it. You can see the pain in her face right there. Look at that. This has to be the thumbnail for today's VOD, by the way. Let me just take a screenshot right now. This right here has to be it. She's stepping over Braun. Yeah, like she high stepped this. I'm laughing so hard at work right now. Like the pain in her face right here is crazy. Man, she's feeling it. Oh, right there. Look at that. Oh, oh. Everyone's looking at me. The Legate when we don't play the game. Oh, you see that pain? Look at that. That's the why did I put this up face? Damn. Skratsx, zoom in on that face. Okay. Oh, I took a screenshot. Hold on. I got you. Where's the screenshot? We're going to zoom in on it. Where's that screenshot at? There it is. Tell Tell them to tune into the stream. Yeah, there it is. Look at that face. That right there, that's the face of pure agony. My God. My God. Look at that. That's the face of chronic whiteness. Look at that. That is so much pain. Jesus. As soon as she high stepped, my face looks like hers right now. Look at her, man. She's suffering. She didn't think that it could get this much worse. Let me drag this over so I remember where I am. Look at her face. We have to do a face analysis throughout this. Just look up. Too far. Hold on. Where'd she go? Don't run from me. There she is. That was my face when we were watching the Zuckerberg video. My stomach is hurting. Look at her, man. Man. I wish I could probably make this an emote. That Zuckerberg video was, oh my God. That's me looking at y'all's candy tier list. Ooh. Man. I feel like I have to make this an emote too. I think I have 3 emote slots. 2 are about to be Mark Zuckerberg, and 1's about to be this lady. This is going to be my cringe emote. That's got to be my cringe one. That's too good. Is it this one? Yes. Here we go. We don't deserve this, chat. We really don't. They're too good. They're too good. Delete it and make another profile. I think I have to. We've peaked. It's too good. It's too good. It doesn't get better than this. This face too. This face right here, I gotta screenshot it. Hold on. I gotta look at it. That face right there. Why is this open? Close this. Where is it? We're zooming way in. And we're moving up. That's the face I wanted. This one. Look at her. Look at her. Look at it. When you nut it, she keeps sucking. Look at her face. Peak agony right here. Oh, look at it. That's some serious pain. Like, look at her. That right there, that's serious pain. That's why. That's the white people pain right now. Look at her, man. Eyes closed. She's just over it. She's like, this damn fence that I put up that is too high that I stepped over instead of lowering the gate is causing me too much of an inconvenience. Bro, if we pull back and you can see our double chin, that pain be real. You can. Look. This double chin looks like when frogs do that thing where they're about to like, you know what I'm talking about? Where they ribbit. This double chin is crazy. She really pushed that chin out. Damn. I know this is pain. She got a lizard sack. When you walk outside and the black kids are in your yard playing basketball. Look at them, man. Man. I know she's hurting right now. It puffs up when threatened. Yeah, she was threatened by that gate. And she could not take it. Look at her. Let's zoom out. Wait for the screen. But she puffing up to establish dominance. Look at it. Look at that part. Damn. This chin could be like a whole nother person. Man, she's mad. She's mad as hell. I know she felt that. Jawbreaker! Look at that. That's the face of giving up. She gave up here. I can't deal with this. I'm about to piss myself laughing. Oh, man. This face, too. Oh, this is a face. I gotta catch it. Oh, look at it. Oh, that's pure anger. I don't even know why she's mad. They haven't explained to me why she's mad, but God does she show the anger on her face. Look at that. Stink meter looking ass. Like, let's go back slow. Look at that. Smells like R. Kelly sheet piss. Look at that, man. She's smiling. Yeah, this is her happy face. You know? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. It's because her windows are squeaking. Oh, I hate when this happens. Damn. When the phone charger is not long enough and my chair that I can move over is right there, that's Skratsx at the gym face all day. That's me as soon as I walk in the door. I haven't even started my workout. Like, damn. We've all been there, you know, when you have your phone and your charger's right here and you're just like, oh no. I can't move my chair a few feet. Yeah, she's fucking had it. Oh, I went way too far back. And you know what? I feel like this video is better here. I gotta look at some of this. Oh, damn. That door squeakiness. Damn. Not the slow motion. I gotta slow this down even more for her because she is pissed. Look at how mad she is here. She puts the phone down and she's like, fuck this. You see, when they give you this hand motion right here, they fucking had it. They're over it. Oh no. Look at it. There she is. Oh, she dribbled her phone. There's no other outlets in this damn house. Like, damn it. She didn't even fully set it down. She dribbled this phone. There it is. Look. Bounce. And then she hits you with when she extends that elbow, you know she's fucking had it. You know. Oh my God, you know. You know what she did next? She went to a grocery store and she found a damn manager for no reason. Bro, I can't stop laughing right now. I never should have showed this video to you. Look at exasperated. You see the look on her face? She is not. Look at this. Oh, this is the film analysis that I do. This motion right here. Look at her. Look at the eye roll. Oh, that's the face of a woman who has had it. She has had it. Why isn't there an extension cord? Why isn't there any other outlets in this house? Oh, she's mad and she's about to find a manager stat. She's like, who built this? Why is the only outlet in this house right here? Who did this? What the fuck? She gonna do the what? Look at her. Oh man, she's mad. She is mad as hell. Look how mad she is. Oh, damn, I hate that. Jimmy, why the fuck is this the only outlet? What happened? Hold on. Who built this shit? I can't take it anymore. That's exactly here. You know she's singing, I can't do this. Oh, she has fucking had it. She has had it with this fucking outlet. You know? She can't take it. Bro, let's be honest. We've all had our grocery bag ripped. Yeah, we have. I know this feeling. Check general and cord for one of my favorites. Okay. Let me watch it. Yeah, damn. That was 10 seconds of video? We're not even a minute into this video yet. Let me check Discord. We're not even a minute in. General? Oh.
Mom, do you love me? What? No. Hey, wanna try some of my big fat dumps? Fuck measure. Mom, do you love me? What? No. Hey, wanna try some of my big fat dumps?
Dump cakes? Nothing worse than a bag with like 3 spaghetti sauces ripping and shattering all over the driveway. That's pain. Real product. Dump cakes.
Fuck measuring cups. I dumped out all of these desserts in a minute. First you take a dump, then you bake it, then you plop it on a scoop of ice cream.
What the fuck? Voiceover fake. Yes.
But I'm gonna take a big old dump on top, then we can pour a little generic Canada Dry shit on there. Now it may not look that appetizing, but you just gotta dress it up. A hot dump coming through.
You mean regular box cake with a shitty name? Exactly.
Dark dump. I'm gonna show you how to make it. Oh shit, it's already done. I'm just gonna sprinkle some kisses and marshmallows in there and a little bucket of Oreos. I burnt the marshmallows a little bit, but don't tell nobody.
What the fuck?
Alright, over here I squeezed out about 5 bottles of maple syrup and I put some peanut butter on
I miss seeing these on TV when I'd wake up at a random time.
Woof, it smells like maple syrup. You ever take a dump in a mug, just drop in a pineapple, sprinkle that dump dust, flip that shit upside down, put the cream on top.
Oh my god.
I used to shake and bake all the time, but it feels better.
The voice change.
You know?
Think of all the dumps you could be taking if it wasn't for those kids. Step your dump game up today for just $10. I'm talking 5-store desserts.
Jesus. Oh wait, there's more.
Dinners, that's right. If you could dump a cake, then you could dump a
dump dinners. Chicken fajitas. Oh my god, 15 minutes takes so much time. Beefy biscuit bake. Oh, that's gourmet. That right there, that's gourmet. I don't know why this reminds me of Donkey's videos. Imagine you're like, yo, mom, what's for dinner? Don't you worry. We have beefy biscuit bake. Your favorite. I mean, it's about the same time to make the same thing, and it's actually better, but let me use this bullshit.
Mine's with a lot of cheese. Now that's deep. I'm wearing extra tight bra so my titties don't pop.
Why did he say it like that?
Deep. I'm wearing extra tight bra so my titties don't pop.
Ass and she jumped. I will be fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying.
Why
bitch.
Did he say deep like that? He said,
so my titties don't plop into the pan again. All right, let's grab a box of pasta and dump a can of Prego because we're making babies tonight.
The first thing I do is I take a big dump, and it's really sticky and gooey.
oh my god. That's great. That's great. Where's the other video? It's over here. You know what's crazy about this? We're only 50 seconds into this video. I gotta see. The squeaky. We hate that. Oh, she's had it. This right here, this has happened to everybody. I can't even be mad that they're frustrated about this. Oh. Not the apples. We're watching this whole ass video. Oh, yes, we are. Oh, damn. Oh, this is Lev's problem. Lev can't reach shit. Like, that's a real problem. This is a real issue. Nothing broke. Yeah, that's a win. Like, nothing broke here and nothing rolled. That's the other thing. If a bag breaks and that shit starts rolling down the driveway, that's annoying. What's she have here? What's this? Laundry detergent? Damn. Damn. Why'd they use this camera angle? Oh, oh, wait, hold on here. Yes? What, this? What the fuck? She put laundry detergent with groceries? Wait. Yes. Yeah, she did. That's why the shit ripped, dumbass. That shit don't go... That was so anticlimactic. I know, right? Like, I thought that Well, first of all, she's not even that mad. She looks like that's like, oh, never mind. That set her up for something bad. Like, oh, we all have that. This made it seem like something really bad was about to happen, didn't it? This felt like we were about to witness disaster. You know? Like, yeah, like some life alert type shit. Like, help, I'm falling and I can't get up type shit. But all it did was it goes to, oh, this one. Oh, I can't reach my remote, but look how much space is right here. Look at all of this space. Chaos was about to follow through. That's what I thought, like she was going to open it eventually and everything was going to go. As someone who worked at HEB for 3 years and bagged a lot, that employee should be fired. I can't reach my remote despite all of this space right here. Like, what fucking product is this? No idea. This is first world problems. Like, what? What is this? Why can't he just... I gotta see what else he does. Oh, look how close he is. He can reach this remote. This is the white people infomercials. He can reach this. He just needs to move his hand over. He can reach this remote. Look at it. He can reach this. There you go. There you go. He can reach it. There you go. So why did it look like this is why white people died out? They're so like, why was he? Whoa, I went too far back. My bad. Someone just needs to give him a push. Look how they were making it seem in this part like he literally couldn't reach it. Someone just really, you're right. Someone need to give him a push. This kid, oh, yeah, this kid wasn't ready. Yo, this is a bad idea. Yeah, it's GG's. Is she about to get stuck? I put another one in general for when this one's done. Okay. Whoa. What is she doing? What is this? She can reach this doll. Almost saw a titty. Yeah, we did. Okay, I gotta look at this slow. Why is she standing on the back of the stool? Like, she kicked this bitch back. Look, she kicked it back. And at this point, it looks like this is about to be a complete disaster. Like, it looks like if you just go a few frames right here, it looks like she's finished. Like, it looks like at this moment, she realized she fucked up. It looked like she's finished here. And then she almost pulled this fucking fridge over. Oh, bad pause. Bad pause. I need to go back to normal. There we go. Damn. If you can't wrap a towel, not good pause, you're welcome. Gotta say bad pause for YouTube. You know, like, she's like, yo, if I can't wrap this towel, fuck the towel. Yeah, just fuck it. First of all, what is this cracking technique? Why the fuck did they hit this egg so hard? Oh, damn. I hate when I hit my egg with a fork and the whole shell gets in the bowl. We air dry it, but I hate when I need to crack an egg and that fork puts half my shell into the bowl. Damn it. Exactly. Oh, not my umbrella. That's happened to me. Wait a second. This has happened to me. Reaction stream? Yeah, it's a reaction stream. The black and white makes this funnier. People still use umbrellas? Yeah, this part is valid. This has happened to me before. I didn't open it the janky ass way that she did, but it opening this way has happened to me. What is this face? Hold on. Yep, you knew. You knew exactly where I was going. Hold on. What is this face? Look at it. Look at this face. What is she doing? Look at her. I don't even know what expression is this? 7TV emote? You bet your ass. Lev with Skratsx won't play the video. Yeah, that's how she's looking. I've seen her being like, play it. Play the video. We're only a minute in. Play the video. That's her face. Oh, man. That's a great face. It's not quite this one. You know? Bro, you pausing and rewinding to look at a remote? Motherfucker. It's not quite this face. But this is a solid emotion right here. She's flabbergasted right now. I can't breathe. Look at her. She's just absolutely flabbergasted. Let's continue. Let's see what else we got. Damn. I know she's not feeling good about this. Hi, Beck. How are you? We're just watching infomercials. Kisses for everyone. That needs to be a thumbnail. 100%. I hate when we use an iron and burn a very little hole. That needs to be a thumbnail. That's going to be the thumbnail. That's how she looks at me. Look at this. Look at this facial. React stream? Yeah, Legate. We were going to play games, but we're too distracted at this point to play. I'm not even going to lie to you. All I did was I ran around and turned in side quests, and I got distracted. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. We're too deep at this point to play the game. You know what I'm saying? We're in too deep. I even changed the category to just chatting. Look at her face. Yeah, I get like this. When I burn holes in the shirts. Oops. Whoops. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. That's pure shock. That is pure shock. Yeah, yep, there it is. Oh, damn. Damn. Hate when this happens. Her phone snapped in half. That's how she looks at me. How did this... Bro, go back to the umbrella chick face? Okay, I got you. Where is it? There we go. There it is. That face too. Oh, now I gotta call the repairman. This face. Look at it. Just not the plumber, Lev? Yeah, come on, Lev. Like, look at her face. She's just, I can't believe this umbrella just opened upside down. Inside out. My stomach hurts. The other good one, though, this one. This facial expression right here was great. I don't know which one I like better. They're both just so good. Oh, man. Look, there's a hole in the shirt. Doesn't matter who, but someone has to come fill it in. Okay, Lev, you're wilding right now. You like me more than Lev. Yeah. So, Lev, me and Lev, we're in a complicated spot, Lev often looks at me like this. You know what I'm saying? She gets upset. With fabric. Oh, yeah, of course. With fabric. This is the look that she gives. Right here. Right here. How are you, J Bell? How are you? And then Skratsx looked at him like the umbrella face. The umbrella face is too good. Look at it. Look at the umbrella face. I'm doing okay. How are you? Pretty good. We've been watching a lot of videos today, actually. We were going to play games, but it's just been, we're reacting to stuff, That is the face. This face is so good. Of white people infomercials.
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys are ballers.
Oh man.
Oh my.
So good. Now let's see. She's gonna break this phone. We do know that. Oh, you knew it was bad. She didn't have a good. Yeah, this phone was too high up. She just didn't have the good hold there. Oh, hits the arm. Damn. Right in half. What? Wait. What is she doing? Why is she making all these faces? That's not a Nokia, obviously. Yeah, it's not. A Nokia would have broke the floor. Wait. Okay. I'm waiting. She looks so stressed. Look how stressed she looks. You know that moment where you drop your phone on the ground and you have that moment of redemption? There's no saving that phone. Yeah, that phone is up. That shit literally snapped in half. If that was a Nokia, it had levitated. Yeah, it wouldn't even hit the ground, to be honest. It would have stopped. It's like, up, too far. It'd have been right here. I never know what to do with my hands when I have food and drink either. Yeah, I'd never know what to do. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If it was the razor, that shit would have went through the world. Yeah. Wow. 3 minutes and 125. Great progress. Lev, stop trying to ruin my vibe. We're all enjoying these pauses. Except you.
I beg your pardon?
Thank you. Thank you. Give Lev the umbrella face. You're right. There. Yeah, Lev. Play the fucking video. Look at this face. This is the face. Did y'all ever have the Nokia push-to-talk phones? No, I didn't. I had the basic one. Unfortunately. I had the basic one. This face is too good. It's too good. Oh. Okay. This guy has a free hand, too. Only chat I've been in where we can pause the video and talk about 8 different things. Yeah. We will definitely get sidetracked. That's why I say the S in Skratsx stands for sidetrack. Lev probably had a rotary phone. W sidetrack, I agree. This guy has a free hand, and she's trying to give him the food plate, and his hand is free. And so she's stressed because he's stupid. Oh no, he's trying to shake his hand. But sorry guys, I'm back with sidetrack. So are we. Why didn't she just grab the cup? Why is she reaching for this face right here? I love the confusion here. This is stress. Yeah, we've been here the whole time. You've only missed about a minute of actual video. Like, no one has any idea what's going on. But this facial expression right here, Let me move my camera real quick. Hold on. Look at her face. Look at that. Look at that stress. Hold on. Okay. Look at how stressed she is. You know she's stressed when that happens. Right there, we have the modern white woman trying to defuse the situation. Yeah. She knows this is going poorly. She knows it. Like, she knows this is going poorly. Let me go back here. Like, let's look at it from the beginning. This man is going in for a handshake. This man has both hands full. She does not have both hands full. And so he doesn't know what to pass off here. Wait, okay. Okay. I see the issue here. Okay. I don't know what, like, this guy doesn't care what's going on. That guy attempting to shake the other guy's hand is the real asshole. Yeah, he is. His hands are obviously full. And he's like, I don't care that your hands are full. Put her there. Put her there, pal. And so she is like, oh, shit. This guy has to be important or else he wouldn't be this big of an asshole, right? And so let's just play in slow-mo. Let's slow it down. We got to slow this down. Here we go. She already knows this is going bad. This woman has to save her poor son. Look at... And so all he has to do if he wants this to continue is, one, he could say, yo, let me just set my stuff down. Too much pasta salad on the plate. True. Very true. He could go, yo, let me set my stuff down. Lev is so upset. Yeah. She's like, play the fucking video. But you know what I'm looking at her like? Side eye. Bombastic side eye. That is when you stare at his soul like, dumbass, that's it. Yeah. That's Lev's photo. It is. This is how she's been the whole time. Dr. Fake as hell. Oh. Like, he has to say, my hands are full. Right? Or, if he really wants to shake this guy's hand, he has to give the drink off. He has to pass the drink to this open hand right here. That photo needs to be attached to Lev. I agree. I think we have to. Power play would be drop it all. Could you imagine that? That guy goes in for the handshake and he goes, yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. You want to shake hands? Fuck it. Here, I'll just drop everything. Yeah, I'll drop everything to shake your hand, bud. Yeah. I find it odd I'm agreeing with you. He has to just drop it all, right? Drop it right on his shoes. He should pass the guy reaching for a handshake the plate of food. That's the dominance play. That's it. How could you not? I'm right. You give him the food. All right, I'm out. Lev, you don't want to see the rest of the video? You don't want to see the rest of the video, Lev? We're almost done with the video. We're about halfway. We're about halfway through the video. I don't have 40 minutes. I only have 2. We're making progress. We're about halfway, you know? And so he... later, if she dies, she dies. Look at... Yeah, she is desperately trying to defuse this situation. And this guy's still holding his hand out, seeing how stressed this situation is. Whoa, we're at a different part. Let's resume the speed. What's going on here? Oh, the pasta salad on a pure paper plate. Pure paper plate. And then he's going to put lasagna. I'm not going to lie to you, chat. This grosses me out. Bro, like, You cannot, I don't care who you are. Why did he not double plate? True. That is number one. Two, you can't have the pasta salad touch the lasagna. You can't. You can't have the lasagna touch the pasta salad here. That's the hood paper plate? It is. You have to have multiple of these. Especially when pasta salad has liquid. That shit is going right through this plate. Double plate or don't get it. It's not a strong plate. I don't know what this person's used to, but it's not like, look at it. Yeah, what did he think was going to happen? And his fingers are probably in the food, let's be honest. Yeah. And then he sets, because he's trying not to let the lasagna touch the pasta salad. What a great side for a pasta dish. Another pasta. Brilliant. And not only that, look at where he puts this lasagna. On the edge of the plate. He knew with the scoop that this heavy-ass piece of lasagna was not sticking on this plate that is already bending when he has pasta salad on it. He knew that wasn't going to hold. Skratsx, how do you feel about this guy doing your fave food dirty? I'm upset. He puts it on the edge of this weak-ass plate, and he knows it's a weak-ass plate. Look at how it's bending right here. Who the fuck serves their plate holding it like this? What are we watching? Infomercials. We're watching first world problem infomercials. White people. Is that plate folded in his hand? Yeah, it's folding right here. So he knew this was a weak ass plate. Well, that spelling was crazy. I meant infomercials. Why does he have so much pasta salad and so little lasagna? You are right, Petty. More lasagna in the center, like in his hand, that edge looks folded. It is. This is folded right here. It's bent. Like he bent it. He's cupping the pasta salad, basically. Like the plate is folded like this. In his hand as he's holding it like this. That dude is trying to save his only poor ass plate so hard. That's why his dad left. Amen. Like you can't. Look where he puts this too. This is literally his nightmare. And then he just drops it. One more plate left. Yeah, this was probably the very last one. He needs to cup a bigger piece of lasagna and put less pasta salad on the outside. Exactly. This guy gets no hose. He doesn't. And you have to put all the food on it to survive. Yeah, he pulled the last one and they're like, we have no more plates. Figure it out. And he's sitting here sweating. So he decides to put the heaviest food on the outside. Oh. And none of the pasta, except the tomato. None of the pasta salad spilled off. That's why he went to the ball with his mama. Which would have just palmed his food like a primal. Look at, like, he knew. He knew that wasn't going to work. And now he drops the plate in just pure frustration. You can see by that his poor mom, man. This was a terrible event for him. I'm so upset. Look at how bad this event went. Wait. So he was going to go get lasagna. I mean, I wouldn't have dropped any. Same. Not both hands occupied, man. It's the same guy. This is the same guy. There's a story here. He was actively going to go try to get lasagna when this douchebag, this guy right here, stops him for a handshake and sits there the entire time knowing his hands are full. Look at this. Look at him. And he's like, I just want to get some lasagna, man. Why he holding the edge of the plate? If you don't put your hand under the center of the plate and balance that shit like a man. Exactly. Fucking Clara. It is Clara's fault. Also, why is she holding her head like this? She's like, This is wild. We peace and life together. Yeah. He's like, I just want to get some lasagna, bro. I just need a little lasagna. Skratsx hit Sean with the umbrella face. Got you. There it is. Look at her face. No neck. Exactly. She's like, what is she doing? The umbrella face is goated. I'm going to tweet this and put stream summary. And this is going to be it. This is it. That's Lev right there. What did you say at his face? That's Lev. She was like, play the video. And this face. These faces are too good. They're too good. I love this. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm glad I found it. I'm so glad you did. I'm going to title this YouTube video like Stream Reacts.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, that is perfect for that. That's the, where is it? I don't know if I can do it. I can't. I had to wait for the timeout. This has been the best part of my week. It's so fun. I beg your pardon. That's what this face is saying. That was perfect, Patty. I beg your pardon. I need it. I'm waiting for it. Where is it? I have another minute. Another minute. Or, what did she say? That or, can I redeem it?
You what?
What? Oh, man. I need that just reminded me, I need that sound. We have to add that sound. Hold on, we'll get back to this video in a second.
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Let me see.
What did he say?
There it is. There it is. I would be so upset right now. She would. She would. She would. She would not be happy. Okay, now let me see. Let me pull this back up. Wait, let me go back to the video page so I have it. The video is right here. Okay, full screen that. Let's go back to this. And let me see. So that face is looking like...
What did he say?
There it is. That's what it's saying. That's exactly right. I was just trolling in game with the name Tally and a female avatar, and some guy tried to... Whoa. Jesus. Whoa. Oh, man. That was great. Go away. Don't ruin the vibe. So we now know. That's my job. So we now know that if you die, you die. He was trying to get some lasagna. People were getting mad at him, and I said, what if I like it? Interesting. He's trying to get some lasagna. This guy's trying to block him from getting lasagna because he wants his handshake, even though he sees that both hands are full. Did he try to hand him the plate right there? I will go now. Did he end up handing him the plate? Hold on.
Anyway, I started blasting.
There it is. There's the run on sounds. Yeah, there's the run on sound. Appreciate you. Who the fuck does he think he is blocking that boy from his side pasta? That's what I'm saying. That's rude as hell. That's rude as hell. And it looks like...
Oh my guys are ballers.
What's up, Fee?
Oh my guys are ballers.
What's up?
Oh my...
It looks like he hands him the plate here. Doesn't it? And then here we go. Wait, go back to umbrella face? Got you. There we go. Work, and more work. How's it going, man? How's the work? Is it good? That is new emote? Yes, sir. Oh, man. That is so... Oh, Bro, this emote would be so funny. I'm making some. We're gonna make that one, this one, right? That is a straight wet fart face. Look at him. Oh man, that is perfect. That's perfect. And so he finally gets away from the you see my hands are full handshake guy. Gets to his lasagna, and is at this point. The side is the girl with the wet fart. I can't see. This man finally the umbrella girl's the reaction. Oh, that's so true. She dropped it. She dropped the fart. And she smelt it. She heard the sound. This girl right here dropped the fart. Bro, stop. She dropped it. She's the one that dropped it. I'm dying. Blew her hair back. That's what broke the umbrella. Oh, man. That's what it was. Where's the fart sound? I got to find it. How much time do we have left? A minute. Okay. When that happens, when that minute's up, I need to go back to that. I need to look at it. She farted so loud and so hard, she broke this lady's umbrella. She smelt it. Oh, man. So this guy finally gets to his lasagna. And what happens? He puts it on the weakest part of the plate that he is folding. And it drops. Damn. What is this guy doing? Oh, I hate when my arm is full of a snack and I can't set it down because I'm holding my drink. Oh, and I dropped the whole thing. Damn. Yeah, but if it wasn't for that cuck, he would have been smart not to put lasagna at the edge of the plate. True. I think this right here had him so frazzled that he just lost all ability to think. It had him so frazzled figuring this out that by the time he got here, he was no longer thinking. He was like, I just need to get my food and go. And then that happened. Skratsx, yes. 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 Has it been a minute? Is it this time? There we go. Title this, Figuring Out the Story Behind Infomercials. Yes. I think that's it. I'm copying that and putting it in my notes. Where's my note thing? Oh, it's over here. Hold on. There's that. And there's that. And so what happened, this is the story of this. This is what this face is about. And as soon as that happened, this is what happened. This face. She heard that fart. It blew her umbrella. And, yeah, that's the result of that fart. You know? Yo, bro, you think you can react to a song of mine? Not right now. Yeah, we're like mid-react, you know? I think we're like 20 minutes deep into this reaction right now. You feel me? I appreciate you asking, but right now it's not the time. Not the time. All right, that's chill. Yeah, you know, I appreciate the follow too. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, we're really trying to figure out these infomercials, you know. You know, also if you want to join the Discord, you can drop the link in there if you want. Yeah, drop your song in like the self-promote tab in the Discord and maybe we'll check it out. But, okay, so we figured out what happened with that lasagna guy. Now we have this guy. This guy just wants to set his bowl of snacks down on the couch. But he's like, damn, I got this remote in my hand and this drink with a perfectly flat bottom right here. What do I do? What do I do here? I know what. I drop everything. I just gotta drop everything. Oh, this is a real thing that happens. This one, I can't be mad at it. I can't be mad at this guy. Sometimes that happens. Typical power move gone wrong situation. Exactly. He thought, I don't have to set my drink down first. Everyone else would have set my drink down first, but I'm not that guy. I don't need two hands for this. I got it. Like, what do you do here? Like, what do we do here? Right? He's already leaning into it. Back handspring. That's how you save it. Yes. A back handspring. I agree. And so wait a second. He threw this down. How come these people are always fully dressed when they're just chilling at home? Looking at these shoes makes me feel uncomfortable. Yes, look, he does. Just time for me to relax in my full work outfit. Don't worry, in my full work outfit, I got it. Yo, Kyogo, thanks for the follow. You a cop or something? Yo, what's up? How are you, Kyogo? How's it going? Fucking khakis and New Balances to watch a movie. He's like, man, it's been a long day. Just calling it like it is. And so then he just lets the drink go. He didn't even drop it. Watch his hand. He lets it go. He goes like this. He didn't drop it. Like, he basically threw this drink down. He said, fuck the drink. The drink will land on the bottom. I just got to protect these chips. The more I'm about to spill, goofy bitch. Full outside attire on the couch. He looks like the kind of guy. That will put these shoed feet on the couch. Fuck the drink. I need to save the remote. Exactly. He's like, risk assessment. What do I do? Fuck this drink. I got to hold my popcorn that's not spilling at the moment. Yeah, he said, fuck the drink. And then what happened? I tilted my bowl. He definitely puts those shoes on the couch. Yeah. Absolutely shoe on the couch type of guy. Look at that. So, not only, I just looked at it. Bro, please tell me he spills the popcorn. Not only does he spill the popcorn, watch this. I'll play it in fast. You see, he just spilled the popcorn. And the laces are super tight. Yeah. Yeah, they are. I swear to God, if this fat motherfucker drops that, I will break his legs. And look at this. He drops the drink to do what? Not catch the bowl. He does it to reach in the bowl to get some popcorn. Bro, listen to him and the boys compare their tight-ass laces. He dropped that drink solely to get some popcorn as he was falling over. Look at that. He literally reached his hand in the bowl. He said, need me some. Oh, spilled all of it. And this guy, I can't blame this guy, to be honest. I can bypass this guy. When he puts his shoes on, he grabs his shoes from underneath and touches his face after. Why the fuck he eat popcorn while his drink falls, fat bitch? Like, look at him. He's still trying to... This guy's a disaster. You ever seen American Psycho comparing their business cards? Him and the boys compare their tight-ass laces. So tight his face turns fucking red. Look at him, bro. That guy, look, that happens. Sometimes you knock shit over. I can't be mad at him. What the fuck was that? Hold on. Goofy ass Paul Quandale Dingle. Paul goofy ass man from Ohio. What the fuck happened here? Hold on. We're slowing this one down. So fucking goofy. What happened? Look at this. He spills. We actually had to go. We got to go quarter speed. Quarter speed for this. So he sits down. Look how happy he is. He's like, I can't wait to eat this. Jesus, I can't stand these fucking messy bitches. Sits down. Tray tilted. Tray is already tilted, so we're in a bad zone. He continues to tilt the tray. Look at it. Hold on. Hold a second. Hold on. We got another one. Boys. Slow it back. Okay, hold on. Do it again. Okay. We'll watch it in slow-mo. Look at him. He tilts the tray like this and then brings it back. And then gives up. He gave up. He gave up after tilting it both ways. His face looks like he's on a roller coaster. Look at him. Hold on. We gotta look at it. My snack. Goofy ass 9-chin Peter Griffin's brother. Why's he got a tray for one damn bowl? That is a good question. That is a solid question. Let me zoom in on this. Hold on. We gotta zoom in. I gotta look at this. Look at this face. That's Left's face along the ride on this video. He's a fat bitch, that's why. There's a cup on there too. And why he plopped down with it when he's got a tray? Jesus, goofy ass Ohio man. Look at this. Oh my God. Look at Look at his face. Oh man. Look at him, bro. He is definitely from Ohio. 100%. This is some Ohio shit. Look at this tray. Look at his face. This is some Ohio shit. We need to track him down and ask how he's doing. Oh, I didn't even get to this one. I need that face. Hold on. We got to find that one. I need to take a screenshot right here. Up. Look at it. Made in Ohio. I need to go back just a tad to win the... So there he is. Look at him just give up. He literally just gave up here. He just gave up at that point. If they make one more goofy face, I will break his jaw, put his head in a lawnmower, goofy bitch. Bro, this video has saved the end of my work. Look at him. Look at that. This man just admitted defeat. He's just... Oh, God. I'm scared. What's happening here? Are they going to trip on this rug? That man just nutted. He did. Here we go. What the fuck? Oh, hold on. We went too far back. What the fuck just happened? Did he just... He just let go of the bowl. Who put that rug there? Carol, you fuck. I told you this was dangerous. He didn't even... Why did he drop this bowl? My snacks again. It's official. This is the goofy bitch man. I hope he falls and breaks his leg. Look at this. He didn't even brace for the fall. Until then. He just dropped the shit. Yo is so aggressive. He is. He looks like a robot falling over like he got knocked cold. He does. Look at it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, like he just kind of... He just shut down. And he was done falling here. He was done. Look, he's on both feet here. He's done. He has his balance. Clara! Why did you put that rug there? I don't give two fucks. This goofy shit is making me aggressive. His fall was, watch, you can see him catch himself. Ready? You'll see it. Falls over. The fall's over right there. He's balanced. And then he continues to just fall for no reason. Yeah, this is a recipe for disaster. We know what's happening here. This video's about to give Kyogo high blood pressure. Let's see how far we can take it. We still have a minute left. Yeah, I don't know why he thought he could balance this on the arm of the chair. Like, what was he doing here? This was just poor planning. The one I shared is a lot like this one. I can't wait. That's a left move. How the hell do you manage to fall on the edge of a fucking rug? This is just poor placement. He should have known better. Rushing to text her upset response in Skratsx Twitch. Yeah, just too much in a rush. Doesn't know what's going on here. Drops it. Let's go back to normal. Let's go back to normal here. He said, what the fuck? How did this happen? Why did he do that? I gotta see it. They go too fast. Jesus, I'm actually about to push the granddad off the fucking chair. Look at this. Sits down. Damn, gravity got turned up. Sits. Jesus, the fucking mess. Wait a second. He sat turning the glass like this. He had his glass and just sat like this. This dude just took a shower. What? If the police ask me about it, gravity did it. Simple. Exactly. Why did he sit down so hard? Why did he do that? What the fuck was that? She knows good and damn well this is about to fall over. Her foot is under the tray. Yeah. Her foot is under the tray. Right here, people. Look. This is it. We knew. You know before this video starts what's about to happen. The white shirt. Oh my fucking God, I will ruin his life if he does that again. Period. What the fuck was that one? That went by so quick. Hold on. I gotta process that. Oh, there's another one. I gotta look at that face too. Stop. Look at this face. Look at it. She just took out the table. That's what I'm saying. Holy, that goofy ass spill. I didn't even have time to process that one. That was wild. So we knew this was going to spill. I'm not surprised here. We knew that. Bro, this video is making me suffer. Jesus, look at this fall. Oh my God. Look at this. Damn. That woman saw God? Yeah, she did. What is happening? Was she plumbing? Was she using a plunger? She like fuck them kids and she falls over a Tonka truck. She did trip over a toy. Oh yeah. If this was my mom, I know what was happening after she tripped over. I didn't even notice that. Good catch, Apocalypse. The fact she tries to catch the plate pisses me off so much more. She tripped over the truck. She definitely was like, these fucking kids. Oh, she hit her face on the rail too. Ooh. What is she doing? She's using a plunger. Goofy ass fall over a toy truck. Skratsx would have got his ass whooped? Yeah, 100%. I'd have been done. My mom, she wouldn't even have gotten up before she was calling me in there. Bozo fall. That one is from a PSA from Australia, I think. It's literally like, be careful at home because you could die. It's good PSA, man. Good PSA. Good PSA. So she's plunging her toilet. This one's gross. They're not wrong. True. This is what happens when you plunge a toilet wrong, apparently. So be careful. Because this, what a pause, though. This is a nightmare. God dang doo-doo demon. I'm also shit off your face. Good, I hope she gets pink eye. Skratsx goaded for this pause. This is a pause. This pause right here, that's emotional damage. And the worst part about this is her mouth is open. She'll never forget this. Her mouth is open. That's tough. Yeah. Yeah. Rip. Damn. She loves shit down her throat. She better, because she's about to get it. Absolutely crying. She better. Let's continue. Yep, there it is. You can see some got in. Oh, this face. Eating fucking shit. Yo. This face. I'd be showering for a week, 100%. These clothes, gone. Never wearing these clothes again. I'd stay in the shower. Oh my fucking God, why does she have her mouth open? Oh my God. That's what I was saying. Her mouth was open. What the fuck? What the fuck was this? So she drills a hole that sets up a shelf that then immediately falls. Goofy ass face. I don't know what she thought was going to happen here. Yeah, like that was... Oh, she stubs her toe. What did she think was going to happen here? Why did she throw everything like that? Wait. Yes. Why did she do this? Where did that shelf come from? No idea. It was a magic shelf. She started by drilling this hole as to mount it, right? And then tries to mount a shelf there. Hope she steps on a Lego and stubs her toe at the same time. Look at that. I don't know what she thought was going to happen. Why did she just push that? Why did she do that? She basically just threw the water bottle. Look at that. Here she comes. If she stubs her toe, I hope it's a door. She pushes the water bottle. You don't need a coaster for that. What the fuck is that? What? Why did she just do this? Yeah, I hate when I drop the whole bottle of soap into a sink full of water already. I'm trying to piss. Like, stop making me laugh. I'm sorry. But she just... This plastic wrap one's kind of valid. I hope she gets a hangnail and has to rip it off. Ooh. What the fuck is... What is going on here? Slow it down. I gotta see what... I don't even understand what just happened. She grabs seasonings, they fall. I love these ones. She tries to catch it in her arm. She misses it, so she grabs her arm. Okay. How the fuck do I use my hands? Yeah. Goofy ass white video. Like, she had it. She had it. Her face. These facial expressions are too good. Look at it. Oh yeah, love. How do I deal with all these chairs? Like, what do I do? I'm white, but these people. How did he fall? What is this? Yeah, hate when that. Oh God. Oh, hate when all the seasonings fall out. What the fuck? What is all this? Tupperware? Okay, I'm scared. Tupperware. Yep. What the fuck happened here? She opens up the cabinet and just, oh, you can see it starting. Damn. Started pouring too fast. I already know. I love that he evacuated. Look how quick he ran. He knew that she could not pour it. He knew that she couldn't. Look at his face. Fucking, she's getting brain damage from that. Like, watch this. Look at you. Watch his reaction. Bro, if that Tupperware falls out like that, she deserves it. I'm saying. She looks like the type that grabs from the bottom. She didn't get the one off the top. She grabbed from the bottom, then acted surprised when that happened. And then here we go. She pours the drink too fast, and he's ready for it. This kid already knows what's going on. He knows. He jumps up before she even gets the glass even full. She's acting like, oops, but the glass is nowhere close to being full yet. So she's planning on fucking this up. She's planning this. Goofy ass dad. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It didn't even spill. It didn't even spill. Why'd he panic like that? Goofy Lois Griffin looking women. Like, it didn't even spill. She knew good and damn well this wasn't going to work. He felt, how tight is this shoe? Go, how you feeling right now? Look at this. Yeah. Shoes so tight, like, it's going to make me fall over. She already had the stain before that happened. Did she not? Am I wrong? Let's see. Yeah, the stain's here. Oh, she had given up. Fucking shit, feel like I'm gonna kill someone. What is this? What is this? Why is she doing that with her tongue? Oh, she was saying, I need help. It just looked like she was going, la, 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 la. Oh, she needed help. She was saying she was falling. Oh, yeah, this is the life alert. Damn.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
We did it. We finished the video. W video. It's been 30 minutes. Welcome back, Lev. We finished the video. I told you we'd finish it. You made it. Replay it for Lev? Okay. Here, Lev, you want to see the whole video? Here you go. GG. Here you go, Lev. Here you go. Now you can see it with no interruptions. I won't pause it. Let's Let's see this bad boy fast. Yeah. Let's speed it up just a little bit. Lev, you should be glad you just got back. Here, we'll make it 1.5. Here you go. What was that pause? No, you're good. Here, look. I won't pause it. My hands are right here. Here we go. I'm not going to pause it. Pauses it. My bad. Whoops. Hands. See, they're right here. Let me see what you do. Right here. See? Whole vid. Man. Some of these I forgot about. They were so long ago. There it is. This is gonna get Ghost throw. Goofy flip phone.
Boy.
There you go, Lev. How'd you like the video? That was the whole video. You know? I don't know why you're complaining. It was only 2 minutes. Bro, that end. Like, the fuck am I watching? Just the fails. You know? Just the fails. Like, my autistic brother keeps saying, what the heck is that when I showed him the video? Okay. And now, we also have this. Called, if you think other races have it bad, try being white. I gotta see it. There it is. Oh, it was a tape measure. That's what that was. There's a song. She didn't even try, bro. She didn't even try, bro. She just drops it. Yeah, she threw that. This wasn't an accident. Look at, like, she drops it. I swear I'm the only white person that isn't goofy. Like, oh, I hate when I can't cut onions, so I gotta hit my other hand. Yeah, my hand gets so sore cutting onions. That poor old white woman had enough of life. She was pouring, and mid-pour she goes, honestly, fuck this. And just drops it. She'd had enough. She was finished. Oh, we saw this. Yep, there's the, I don't know how my hands work. And then she, this face right here is just too good. She looks like, it's like a combination of fear and shock. Just perfect. What the fuck are hands, bitch? Oh, yep. Oh, I hate that. I hate when my eggs do that. It's weird seeing these in color after I broke these down in black and white. Just hate when I crack my goofy egg cracking. I hate when I crack my egg with a fork and then half the shell comes through. Oh, damn. I saw that egg break. I know, right? The color looks so vibrant. It does. Is this a taco? Oh, damn. Here he goes again. Yeah, I doubled down. He wears shoes on the couch. Bro, it's so hard being white and useless. I know this man. He kicks his feet up with the shoes on. Oh, damn. Nothing like when it's so hard to open the container that you just make a complete mess. Turn the whole container over. What the fuck? What happened? What just happened? So squeezing carpal tunnel. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Her wrist hurty. Yeah, man. Them spray bottles, they make them too difficult to use now. My wrist hurty. Okay. I have carpal tunnel, actually. Do you actually? Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? I'm on a kill streak. I'm about to launch a predator missile at these goofy people. So he's just holding it naturally and then decides, I'm just going to throw these bitches for no reason. These bitches getting launched. And he's like, I wonder how that could have happened. Damn. What the fuck? What is he doing? What is it? What is his face? What is this? What is it? I need to look at this face closer. What the fuck is this? What is this face? And is this a drink? Is he about to waterfall it? Is that what's happening? Oh my fucking God, he looks like he's been wearing the same clothes his whole life. So bad I came face. It is. Goofy ass haircut. Damn. That's me. He was gonna waterfall it, bro. Oh my God. This motherfucker poured the whole cup on his face. Oh my God. Yeah, man. Sometimes getting a whole head of lettuce, when she says on my face, sometimes getting a whole head of lettuce into a food processor is just so difficult. I need a fucking sledgehammer to get it in. Yeah, let me just throw this shit. Yep. Who the fuck puts the lettuce in the blender? Here's the thing. I was okay with the first touch, right? But if this shit is too hot, get a towel. That touch right there is fine. That's fine. See if your hands are like that. Bro, if you know it's hot, why you keep touching it? Exactly. On the first touch when they went, that's hot. Stop. What did you think was going to happen? Yeah, let me just dump my wallet out. Wait. Might not be hot now. True. 1 second passed, Was he wearing glasses? He was wearing sunglasses. That's what I was confused about. Oh, the sun. Did they they flew off. Oh, yeah. The sun. That was the other angle of this? That was the other angle? Damn. That flew. Plunger work? Damn. That was crazy. I don't know how we ended up on infomercials, but that was wild. That was crazy. But I loved every minute of it. That was wild. Man. That was great. I can't even lie. Can we acknowledge the Batman in the back? Oh, yeah. There he is right there. Yes, sir. He always just chills back there. Enjoys the streams, He enjoys it, I think. Oh, man. So Goofy as Batman? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Man. Okay. Hang on the wall so Goofy? Yeah, that's because the hook, there's a hook right there, right? But the hoop is in the middle of his head, and the katana is also in the way. I have to rearrange it eventually. I just haven't gotten around to it. Eventually, I'll get around to it one of these days. Okay. Who are we rating today? Let me reload that. Who are we rating today? Does anyone have any suggestions? This was a fun stream. Folks, again, we rate Lino twice. Or Plant Daddy. Or The Chosen Miller. Okay, so that's 3. Do that one, The Chosen Miller. Let's see what he's doing. Yes, the sidetrack reacts are the best. It's funny because I was like, I want to do more reaction streams. And I love them. And I was like, I got to do one. See how it feels. And this one trying to just happen. This was a whole sidetrack. Twitch.tv/The Chosen Miller. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what he's doing. They're good. I love them. I enjoy it a lot. Okay, he's playing Val. We got it. Then people are not ballers. They goofy ballers. That Zuckerberg segment had me dead. God. That was so funny.
Oh my guys are ballers. Oh my guys are ballers.
Okay.
Oh my.
So let me get the name. Yeah, so we'll raid The Chosen Miller. We will raid The Chosen Miller. So, if you are not already in the Discord, there's a Discord if you want to join it. You know, if you're not a Discord person, there's the socials. If you miss any of the stream and you want to watch back, you can always watch on the VODs here. These videos have made me lose 300 brain cells. You can always watch the VOD here, but I also upload the VOD every day at 8 a.m. the next day. So you can always watch it tomorrow too. Sub to the YouTube or else. Yeah, we need the YouTube. All these videos are YouTube videos today. This was a YouTube content day. You know? Very good YouTube content day. Every op shot. Damn. But all right. Thanks for chilling me. This was fun. This was a lot of fun. We need more just reacting ones. We do have to finish Mass Effect though, but we'll get to that eventually. You know? We'll get around to it. I appreciate y'all. We are gonna raid The Chosen Miller. He's playing Val. Again, thanks for chilling me. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place. 10 a.m. Central. I'll see y'all. The raid did not work. I don't know what happened. What the fuck? Oh man, yeah, it unrated. But yeah, I'll see y'all. Love you. I love you too. Love y'all. The raid didn't work. Sorry. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Damn. Yeah, I tried. See ya.